We do this so your granddaughter can work on a farm someday. So the stands will still be packed in 50 years. That's why we come to work every day, obsess over every single detail. Because the story of racing is written one moment at a time. And the future of our industry deserves nothing less. Keeneland, every moment matters.
welcome back to Today at Keeneland. Of course, Scott and Gabby along with you throughout the entire fall meet here at Keeneland Racecourse. And Gabby, a big weekend to kick things off, as we always do during these meets. It is Fall Stars weekend, a lot of Breeders' Cup implications, winning your in races, 3 in fact today, to kick off this fall meet.
Yeah, big opportunity for those horses who will eventually go to the World Championships at the Breeders' Cup. And right here at Keeneland, well, we look a little bit different than the last time that you might have seen us back in the spring.
It's been a 2-year transformation, and boy, is it worth the wait. And here are some of the shots for those of you that are going to be coming out here and have plans to come out here over the course of the fall meet and for meets to come, of what you will be seeing. And like has been said all along, Gabby, yes, it's new, but it's not a jarring new. It feels like it has always been part of this iconic venue.
So much thought was brought into this in the design of the new paddock building, even going back to, the traditional limestone look and the patterning of the limestone. And then also something to keep in mind was a lot of these changes helped bring the action closer to the fans. For example, the new stakes winner circle. Now you get to celebrate the winning connections. Instead of them taking their pictures out on the turf course, now they're brought back through the tunnel and the previously known walking ring. So now they're there, and just it's so picturesque behind us. Gorgeous.
And the saddling stalls right behind us, so you're going to have a great vantage point right at the horses. You can see a few of them walking back behind us right now as we approach post time at 1 o'clock. But it is all about the fan experience, and that is what is reflected in this new version of Keeneland with the improvements that have been made. And we're coming off the heels of a historic Keeneland September sale. Overall gross sales, Gabby, $531.5 million, a worldwide record for a thoroughbred auction. The first 4 sessions each set a record average and median for its respective day. And here's a look at the top 5 sellers that went through the sales ring in September.
56 yearlings sold at $1 million or more. That was impressive in its own right. But also we had 33 different countries representing in terms of the buyers. We had new buyers. We had, of course, those buyers that returned once again this year. And even the top 5 horses of the Keeneland September sale, they were consigned by different consigners, so there was a lot of variety this year.
A lot of global participation, as we have come to see through the many sales here at Keeneland. So with September in the rear view on that historic performance through the sales ring, we focus our attention on this fall meet, and then right into the Keeneland Championship sale at Del Mar on that Wednesday before championship weekend, and then, of course, right back here for the biggest and best breeding stock sale that we have, the Keeneland November sale, and the Horses of Racing Age day at the end of that sale.
It's a busy time of year.
It is. It certainly is. Let's get after it. We've got a lot to talk about, including something new that you will notice here. If you're placing wagers on track, if you're betting into the show pools, placing show wagers, it's a reduced 10% takeout. So the bottom line is that if you're betting a show wager here at Keeneland through one of the tellers or one of the self-service machines, you're going to get an increased payout.
Yeah, this isn't a special wager. It's just if you're on track and you bet the show wager, you get this incentive reduced to a 10% takeout. So certainly take advantage of that opportunity. I know that when I come out to the track, just as a fan, with friends, with family, I like to do a little show parlay. So this is another, incentive to maybe do one of those today. And, of course, follow us on social media on all of the different platforms.
Yeah, X, on Instagram, on Facebook, FanDuel TV. You can check us out there on FanDuel TV. We'll have a great race coverage over on FanDuel TV each and every race day, as we always do. Download the FanDuel TV Plus app, Roku, Amazon Fire TV, Apple TV. And if you want our selections, the expert selections each and every day, make sure you download the Keeneland Race Day app. That is available on your smart device, of course, your Android, your iPhone, your tablet, whatever it may be, and you'll have access to all of our selections each and every race day. All right, we set?
I think so.
Weather. Let's go to WKYT for the opening day weather.
Happy opening day for your Keeneland fall meet. We are tracking a great forecast setup as we look towards the afternoon. All those post times will be full of sunshine. Those temperatures are going to be in the low end of the 80s. And of course, a lot of folks are going to get to enjoy some great warm October conditions as we start this weekend. So enjoy, maybe grab a pair of sunglasses as you head out the door, and have a great day at the races.
And with the warm weather and sunny weather, fast and firm conditions are track conditions presented by our partners at John Deere. So fast on the main track, turf course listed as firm. All right, I think
beautiful day.
It is a beautiful day.
You never know what you get sometimes in the fall, but it is a perfect day.
We ready to do some handicapping?
Let's do it.
Ready to get after it? All right, we've got 3 stakes races today to cover. We'll start with the Grade 1 Darley Alabides, a Breeders' Cup win and you're in for the Juvenile Fillies. And the headliner of the Juvenile Fillies division thus far is the favorite, Tommy Joe. She's going to be incredibly tough to beat in today's Grade 1 Darley Alabides.
I think we could probably both agree that she's the likeliest winner today and probably definitely the shortest price favorite that we'll have today. Tommy Joe, she's been so impressive in her first 2 races, Scott. She drew away from the field in the Grade 1 spin-away last time out. You know, the question always is, can they be as impressive than stretching out to 2 turns? But she's bred to handle at a distance. She's
bred to do whatever, and she's my top selection. I go with her over the Grumpy Rabbit for Kenny McPeak and the number 1 horse, Percy's Bar, who's Grade 1 placed in the spin-away, and we saw her win on debut back in the spring here at Keeneland. But let's take you back to that devastating performance from Tommy Joe at Saratoga. This is August 30th. She is going to draw away with ease and win this race by 6.5 lengths. That is Percy's Bar, who is in second. But she made easy work of this group. The pace was quick. She wasn't too far off of it. They click off 7 furlongs in 1:23.2. The splits were 22-1 for the opening quarter, 44-2 for the half. But just doing it beautifully. She's well-bred, as you mentioned. She's by the Spendthrift Stallion Into Mischief, owned, bred by Spendthrift. And her first dam, Mother was a heck of a stakes filly out on the West Coast for trainer Bob Baffert. So I see no way around this filly here today. I think she just continues this trek towards the Breeders' Cup Juvenile fillies and picks up another Grade 1 and remains perfect today. The Grumpy Rabbit is interesting to me because she did take a big step forward on the dirt in start 2 of her career. Kenny McPeak, you can never ignore him when he's got fillies or horses in any stakes race here at Keeneland or anywhere else for the most part. And this filly showed some speed in that last race. We see a lot of the Kenny horses take back, make a big move. She was up involved in that race, going that 1.5 turn mile at Ellis. And then Percy's Bar, I think you've got to respect her with her course form as she steps up to the 2 turns here today in the Alabides.
I pretty much agree with you. I think Tommy Joe is certainly the horse to beat. And the way in which I'm glad we went back and watched the spin-away, because sometimes you look at these 2-year-olds that haven't stretched out to a distance of ground, and you want to look at their action and how they're running, what their body is doing. And she kind of has that long loping stride that covers a lot of ground. And when you watch her 2 races, it looks like pedigree can go a long way in terms of determining whether or not a horse can stretch out in distance. But you also have to look at their gait, what their action is like. And to me, I think that she shouldn't have any bit of an issue. For what it's worth, there was an earlier 2-year-old race at Saratoga, and she ran 2/5 of a second faster than that particular maiden special weight. So fast time, fast filly. Percy's Bar I'll use in second, but I was actually out here a couple mornings ago talking to Ben Colebrook, and he was like, we're just going to have to find a way to make up 6.5 lengths. He's realistic, but you have to be in it in order to win it. She comes into the race with a really good workout here on the 24th of September at Keeneland. She's based here. I think that's another huge advantage, especially when you're talking about 2-year-old fillies in particular. She is going to be able to run out of her stall, whereas Tommy Joe, she's obviously shipping in from Saratoga. Percy's Bar also has a local win. She was a really impressive first-time out winner here in the spring, and then she came back to romp against foes and the debutante at Churchill Downs. So they've really managed her nicely. She's just going to have to figure out a way to be a little bit faster in order to turn the tables on Tommy Joe. And then I agree with you with the Grumpy Rabbit. Nice win last time out, but she will have to get faster.
Let's go to Tom Leach for more on the Grade 1 Darley Alabides.
Top 2 finishers in the Grade 1 Darley Alabides are coming out of the same race at Saratoga. Tommy Joe was a decisive winner that day. I asked trainer Ben Colebrook, who will saddle Percy's Bar, if he thinks the extra distance here, going 2 turns, can help her turn the tables on Tommy Joe.
I don't know if anything's going to give you confidence on turning the tables on her, but I do think it's a little bit of a, maybe something that's a little different, new thing for both fillies. I think our filly will like it. I think the main thing is that we're going to have a little bit of a home track advantage since we've been here. And Todd's Todd's been up at Saratoga, so we went away game last time, home game this time. So, we've got a lot of work to do, but hopefully there's a few little things that we can maybe make up the difference. But, I mean, she's obviously very nice filly.
When she won here first time out in the spring, horses, 2-year-olds don't normally win the way that she did, coming along the inside, rallying. Did you expect she had that kind of ability to show?
Yeah, I mean, we knew she was. I thought a lot of her. Now obviously when the first part of the race went as it did, you're like, oh man, you're kind of thinking it's over, and then right as you think that, she kind of made that huge middle move to get back involved, and then then she just spurted home when the rail opened up. So yeah, it was a very professional performance for a first time starter, because she got bothered as well coming across the chute, so it was a very tough trip to win. And like you said, 4.5 is usually too short to really overcome a troubled trip, because it's almost the race is done before it's begun.
Trainer Kenny McPeak has a couple of fillies in here. The Grumpy Rabbit comes off a huge win last time at Ellis.
She was moving forward like that, and she's going to need to move forward one more step. But I won 5 Alabides. It's one shy of Lucas's record. Just pretty proud of that race, and we'll see if we can knock out the 6th one. Go-to girl,
yeah.
Nick's Go filly, who won her last start.
She broke her maiden at a mile going his third time out.
Yeah.
That improved. Was it the distance that moved her up?
She needed the added distance.
Todd Pletcher saddles the favorite, Tommy Joe. He won his only Darley Alcibiades in 2023 with Candide, and Immersive won this race last year, went on to capture the Breeders' Cup Juvenile Fillies.
Thank you, Tom. Thank you, Ben. And thank you to Kenny. Let's go back to race number 8 as we move along. Got still a lot of ground to cover. We go to the 35th running of the Grade 2 Jessimine presented by Keeneland Sales. There is a scratch of the 5 Rose Bloom, and Dinah scratches Soloist in. That's the 13 Time to Dream 2-1 morning line for trainer Todd Pletcher and Mike Rapoli. Outside post, not doing her any favors, and that is why I went down to the inside to Mackinac for BBN Racing in today's Grade 2 Jessamine Stakes. This is a filly by Twirling Candy, a Keeneland September sale graduate who has run 2 very nice races going shorter distances, a 5.5 furlongs, improved going up to 6.5 at Kentucky Downs in that allowance race. And I don't see any reason why she can't take a step forward here today, going the 2 turns at 1 1/16 as we go back to her run at Kentucky Downs. She's got some ground to make up at this point in time, this long stretch, but she's going to make work of this and win by 1.25 lengths, believe it or not, as the 4-5 favorite in this race. So she's just making that steady progress. Perhaps she can be a little bit more forward today, down on the inside, going the 2 turns with the pace not being as quick. And here's a stat for you. Rusty Arnold laid this on me after, I believe it was Kilwin won. Send him a congratulations. He has trained 4 horses by Twirling Candy that are millionaires. Kilwin, Gear Jockey, Concrete Rose, and Morticia. Here's another Twirling Candy filly. Fits right into that program of Rusty Arnold.
It's kind of like the Steve Asmussen Tappet connection.
Yeah.
He always gets the most out of the Tappets.
The 11 is my second choice, Imagination, the lady for Brendan Walsh. She was impressive on debut at Kentucky Downs. We'll see how that translates here, facing winners and facing stakes-tested horses like Time to Dream, who is my third choice. Outside post, we'll see what Irad is able to do with this. She's 2 for 2 in her career. She's proven, right? She's proven at the 2 turns, both up at Saratoga on that inner turf course, and she won the P.G. Johnson, so looking to keep things rolling, the daughter of Not This Time. But this is, to me, the toughest of the stakes races that we have to sort through for a number of reasons.
I'll agree with you. I did take a little bit of a shot against Time to Dream with the horse just to her inside. Look, I think if you're good enough, you can win from any post position, but I like the fact that Imagination, the lady, has a little bit more natural speed. That could pose as a bit of a problem for Time to Dream because she could get hung out wide. At least Imagination, the lady, she can clear most of the field. There's not a ton of pace in here, at least immediately to her inside, so she should be able to get a good ground-saving position going into the first turn. And with this was just a gritty win, Scott. She found herself forwardly placed. It was an honest pace, and she just kept on grinding. I looked at, because sometimes you can, especially at Kentucky Downs, sometimes it favors certain parts of the track, or sometimes it favors certain running styles, and it was an incredibly fair day. Horses were kind of winning from all over the place. So I thought that gave her extra credence, and I just think she's a really nice filly. Filly by Not This Time. Time to Dream, another one by Not This Time. I just think the post position with her running style, she'll have to overcome. And last time out, I will say the one thing that impressed me was that it was a very modest pace, and she overcame that to win by 5. And when young horses are winning on the turf specifically by 5 lengths, they are totally dominating their competition. So I use her in second, and then, I pretty much agree with you with the top 3 contenders here. I guess it's a question of whether or not some of these bigger prices can pop up.
Race number 7, we go back to what will start the stakes portion of the card today, and it does start the late pick 4. It's the Grade 2 Stoll Keeneland Ogden Phoenix Stakes. A win and you're in for the Breeders' Cup Sprint Division. Field of 6, world record 8-5 morning line. Skelly, Nakatomi certainly in the conversation in and amongst the contenders in here, and they all are contenders. I think you can make a case for any one of these 6 horses that it's going to be running today. But I went towards world record. I think he's just been the most consistent horse of this group that is racing here today, most consistent horse this year. I'm not going to hold his third place finish as the favorite against him in the Bing Crosby. He didn't get as forward, I think, as they wanted to when they shipped out to Del Mar. Here's his race at Churchill Downs going back to May. I know this is an allowance company, but he was capable of running 6 furlongs in 1:07 and 4/5 seconds. Look at those fractions, how quick he was going. And if he can put that together today going 6 furlongs, I think that he can out-sprint him early. I mean, I know that Skelly's quick, but I think he's got the advantage of having the outside draw to Skelly just down to his inside. I think world record is the horse to beat. You do have to respect Nakatomi. He's won 3 times here at Keeneland, came close to winning this race last year, finished second. He hasn't won since his Grade 1 victory July of last year, but he's a horse that gets geared up for the fall, right? Mm-hmm. He's now 6 years old for Wesley Ward. This is one of those horses you can get him plenty of time off and gear him up for these big races, potentially get back to the Breeders' Cup. So I've got him as my second choice, and then Skelly is my third choice. So hoping to bounce back a little bit. He's been beaten in his last couple of starts, but when he brings it, and he brought it a couple of times at Oaklawn Park, he's certainly one of the fastest horses at 6 furlongs in the country.
I took a shot with Skelly, and I know what people say about Skelly is that he is an Oaklawn horse. And yes, 10 out of his 12 wins have come at Oaklawn. He's very good there.
He's a specialist.
He is a specialist.
It's on the paper.
However, he has never been here before, so there's opportunity for him to run really well at Keeneland. His last race, I wouldn't say it was a disaster, but it wasn't ideal, I think. We all know that he is a bit of a tricky horse, and last time out, he broke a little tardy, and then the problem with that is that a rider has to obviously kind of go after the reins and try to get them in the best position possible. He is a horse that you have to put your hands down on his withers and hope for the best. You can't get in his mouth. You have to put your hands down. We cut to the top of the stretch, but he was lugging out really badly coming around the turn. So he got off to a slow start, rushed up, blew the turn. I mean, he's just a bit of a bad actor, but I actually like the fact that he's towards the inside, post position number 3, so he has a few horses to his outside. And I also think it's really helpful that Luis Saez is back aboard him today, because it was the first time he had ever ridden him last time out. And we mentioned his idiosyncrasies. So if he can deliver his best, no one's as fast as he is. I mean, his fastest race was a 1:10 Beyer. Nobody even really comes close to that, right?
World record did run in 1:07 as from just a
1:01
raw time perspective.
Yeah.
At 3/4.
Sure. Nakatomi, 1:05, Beyer speed figure. So I'm just saying, he is a quirky horse, but I think the price will be right because the price will be coming down on a horse like world record. And I don't know, if he breaks sharply, Skelly could be the controlling speed here.
I only get this once a year, so can you just say the name of the race for me?
Hold on. Stoll, Keeneland, Ogden, Phoenix.
Nailed it. Let's go to our sale grad spotlight for opening day, race number 10. Market Chill for the Klarovich Stables and Seth Klarman, a filly by Not This Time, purchased last year as a yearling in the 2024 September sale for $200,000. Bred by I Hope Farms out of a Medaglia d'Oro first stam in Scarlet Lace. And if you like Imagination the Lady in the Jessimine today, you'll be looking at this filly in the nightcap because she was just beaten by that filly in that maiden special weight race at Kentucky Downs on the 4th of September.
Yeah, really good looking horse there going through the sales ring. So looking forward to that for today's finale, race number 10, 10-10.
Let's take a look at our clocker report for opening day. Get those programs out if you don't already have them, and mark who the clockers have pinpointed as ones that you want to keep an eye on based on works. And Lucius Veras is where we start, 47-2 on the 27th of September. This was a bullet workout. Best of 35 on the morning for Lucius Veras, who we'll see in race number 5 today.
And that is a bit of a tricky race, so I think if you can take this and apply it, I mean, he's 20-1 on the morning line. We'll see what he goes off at, but always really important in a tricky race to kind of pay attention to the clock reports. And then we'll look ahead to race number 10. This is today's final race, to the number 8, Miss Watermelon, and this is a look at her 4-furlong workout, second best out of 38 that day.
Miss Watermelon getting set for her debut for trainer Jonathan Thomas. JT represented in the nightcap here at Keeneland. Let's go to our multi-race exotic plays, and I'll start us off with the late pick 4. It does start in race number 7. That's where the stakes portion of the meet begins as well, with the Grade 2 Stoll Keenan Ogden Phoenix Stakes. I'll use World Record and Nakatomi. Those will be the two that get me through that first leg, with it being just a $12 ticket. Perhaps throw Skelly in there because, as Gabby mentioned, if he brings it, he is capable of winning this race. Race number 8 is the one that I wanted the most coverage in, given the wide open nature of this turf event and the big field. So 2, Mackinac, Caroline for Lindsey Schultz. Tis the Law filly stretching out. I think that there's some upside there with that filly. And then the outside 2 runners, the 11 Imagination, the Lady Time to Dream, who will be 2 of the favorites, I would imagine. And then in the Grade 1 Darley Alcibiades, Tommy Joe. That's it for me. I think that she has to regress, or these other fillies just have to take massive leaps forward at this point in time to keep up with her. And then in the 10th and final, 4, 8, and 10 to round things out, with Miss Watermelon being my top selection in there for the Go-Go Gray stable and trainer Jonathan Thomas with Johnny B in the saddle. So just a $12 investment for this opening day late pick 4.
All right, I think today there's a lot of opportunity in the turf pick 3 because maybe, people are looking at Tommy Joe, thinking that she's going to be really tough to beat today. So trying to leverage all of your opportunities on today's card. The turf races are excellent. So race number 6 does kick off the $3 Keeneland turf pick 3, going the distance of a mile. I'm using 4 horses in there. I did originally have the 9, swapped that one out with the 13, who does draw into the race. 6, 10, and 12, and 13. I think any of these horses could honestly win. I think In the Stars last time out was incredibly impressive. She won by 7 lengths at Kentucky Downs, but we have also seen that sometimes that Kentucky Downs form doesn't always translate here to Keeneland, so I wanted to back myself up with a few others. In one of the featured races, the Grade 2 Jessimine, presented by Keeneland Sales, 1 mile and a 16th, just using the 2 horses that I mentioned just a moment ago, with the 12 Time to Dream and the 11 Imagination, the Lady. If you have a little bit more money, throw in the 2 Mackinac there for the connections of Rusty Arnold. And then we get to the nightcap, 1, 4, and 10 for me. So the one I thought was kind of interesting here, Brendan Walsh, I saw an interview that you did with him on FanDuel saying that he's really looking forward to debuting some of his 2-year-olds this meet. So I considered the presence of Tyler Gaffleone. I used her as well as the 4 Beach Ballad and the 8 Miss Watermelon, that first-time starter.
So those are our thoughts on the late pick 4 and the all-turf pick 3. Time now for our best angles, and I'll go earlier in the card to race number 3, 2-year-old maiden special weight event on the turf course. There is a scratch in here in Sneakily, who I think would have taken plenty of attention for Wathman Racing and trainer Brad Cox. So I go to the 8-horse Menkuri. I forgot to ask Kurt about this one. Nonetheless, she's the 8 in today's race. She runs second at Kentucky Downs. This was her first start on turf, just start 2 of her career. She improved. She made steady progress. She was beaten by Diablo Shiraz, who is running in today's Jessamine, presented by Keeneland Sales. For what it's worth, she's going to be a long shot, but still, she's beaten by a filly who's running in a stake later on today. I think that the price will be right on this City of Light filly for Redeemer Racing and Will Walden, who's done some phenomenal work in a short span of time here at these Keeneland meets with 2-year-olds on turf. Had the Bourbon winner last year, whose name is escaping me, during the 2024 meet. So I go to Menkuri for Redeemer Racing, across the board wager. Hopefully we get somewhere around, I'd be happy with 6-1.
All right, I'm going to take us to race number 5 for my best angle with the number 5. So 5-5, easy to remember. Hitchcock is going to be the top selection for me for Peter Urton. We'll take a look back at this horse's debut, and he did not get out of the gate very well. So he was bumped in between horses. He was sandwiched. He's down towards the inside. And originally, he actually broke quite well, the CRK Stables colors of purple and gold, and then got shuffled back. The door closed on him, and then look at him way on the outside. And he's the number 4 horse, slowly but surely picking up the pieces. So you have to think about the trip that he had. He had a bad break, broke last, or obviously squeezed back to last, came wide, came with that closing run. He wound up finishing 5th there in a field of 12 horses, but now today he gets added distance to about 7 furlongs. I just think he's going to have a better position today and still come with that closing run to hopefully pick up the pieces.
Let's go to Tom Leach for his long shot pick on this opening day.
Long shot play for today comes in race 4. It's the 9 horse, Fond of You. This horse was a runaway winner first time out and then went into a stakes race around 2 turns for the second start. I think can improve off that effort, and I think Saez riding is a plus here. He usually starts these meets strong at Keeneland. It's the Godolphin Stidham team, and Fond of You is the long shot pick in race 4.
All right, Tom, thank you so much for that, and we wish you the best of luck in that endeavor. Big opening day, but let's just quickly touch on what folks can expect this coming weekend as well, because today we start off the stakes action with 3 stakes races. Tomorrow, even more so. We've got races like the Grade 1 Claiborne Breeders' Futurity, the Grade 1 at $1.25 million Coolmore Turf Mile, the First Lady, and then also this weekend, how about the reigning horse of the year, one of those popular horses in the world, in Torpedo Anna, looking to pick up a Grade 1 in this Juddmonte Spinster.
And kind of that head-to-head, if you could call it that. I mean, maybe some people don't think that Nitrogen is at the level of Torpedo Anna, but I'm calling it a head-to-head. You get kind of the younger filly who's been really dominating on the dirt as of late, and then Torpedo Anna with one of her best efforts last time out.
Good job.
Let's go.
For Gabby, I'm Scott. Tom Leach. Enjoy today at Keeneland.
We do this so your granddaughter can work on a farm someday. So the stands will still be packed in 50 years. That's why we come to work every day. Obsess over every single detail. Because the story of racing is written one moment at a time. And the future of our industry deserves nothing less. Keeneland. Every moment matters.
There's a reason why Toyota is America's best-selling retail brand. It's the quality, dependability, and reliability that you expect from Toyota. And that starts right here in the USA, where Toyota has invested over $49 billion into 11 different manufacturing plants, including the newest one, a battery plant for its electrified vehicles. There are now 13 different Toyotas built in the USA, with more on the way. America drives Toyota. Let's go places.
You're never more here than when you're here. Here is more than just a horse race. Here is where you want to be. And here's the horse that's going to make it happen.
They're off in the Breeders' Cup.
Here she is, coming around the final turn.
And they're into the stretch.
Making sure that this year, you won't be anywhere else, but here.
Dear racing fans, we've been waiting for you. We've been working, prepping, training, putting together thrilling races, high stakes, favorite traditions, and fresh experiences. From right on the rail to the top of the hill. Whether it's your first meet or your 50th, we can't wait to welcome you back this fall. Love, Keeneland.
Keeland welcomes Richmond, Kentucky native Boyd Wells to the paddock. Today, Boyd is pleased to sing our state song and the national anthem. Joining him is the University of Kentucky, ROTC, to present the colors. First up, My Old Kentucky Home.
The sun shines bright on my old Kentucky home. 'Tis summer, the people are gay. The corn tops ripe and the meadows in the bloom, while the birds make music all the day. The young folk roll on the little cabin floor, all merry, all happy and bright. By and by hard times come a-knocking at the door, till my old Kentucky home good night. Weep no more, my lady, oh, weep no more today. We will sing one song for my old Kentucky home, for my old Kentucky home so far away.
Ladies and gentlemen, please rise as you are able for our national anthem.
Oh, say, can you see by the dawn's early light what so proudly we hailed at the twilight's last gleaming, whose broad stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight o'er the ramparts we watched were so gallantly streaming, and the rocket's red glare, the bombs bursting in air, gave proof through the night that our flag was still there. Oh, say does that star-spangled banner yet wave o'er the land of the free and the home of the brave.
Keeneland is proud to recognize Glenn Johnson from Guest Services as the Employee of the Day. Congratulations, Glenn. Good afternoon. Welcome to Keeneland Racecourse. John Deere track and turf conditions fast and firm, respectively. Rail at 0 feet on the turf course today. Time now for a look at the program changes beginning in the first race where the early pick 5 will get underway. In the opening event, scratch the 7, Nerazzurri. That's the first race, scratch 7, Nerazzurri. Race 2 starts the early pick 4. Scratch number 3, Romantic Ride. That's the second race, scratch 3, Romantic Ride. Third race, scratch the 6, Sneakily. Scratch 13, Backgammon. That's the third race, scratch number 6, Sneakily, and scratch number 13, Backgammon. Please note the 14 draws into the race. 14, Riotous, draws into the race. Fourth race, scratch 3, Annie's Alley. Fourth race, scratch number 3, Annie's Alley. Race 5 starts the pick 6, no changes in race 5. Sixth race, start of the late pick 5, scratch the 9, Golden Gamble. Also scratch the 14, Cliffs. Scratch the 15, Sheila's Lion, and the 16, Keeland Time. That's race 6. Scratch number 9, Golden Gamble. Scratch number 14, Cliffs. Scratch the 15, Sheila's Lion. And scratch 16, Keeland Time. Please note number 13, Lookster, draws into the race. 13, Lookster, draws into the race. Race 7, the stall Keenan Ogden Phoenix. A win and you're in for the Breeders' Cup Sprint Division. No changes in race 7. That is where the late pick 4 gets underway. Race 8, the Jessimine, presented by Keeneland Sales. A win and you're in for the Breeders' Cup Juvenile Fillies Turf. In the 8th race, scratch the 5, Rose Room. And scratch the 14, Dinah. That's race 8. Scratch the 5, Rose Room. And scratch the 14, Dinah. Please note, number 13, Soloist, draws into the race. 13, Soloist, draws into the race. Race 9, Grade 1 Darley Alcibiades. Win and you're in, Breeders' Cup Juvenile Fillies Division. No changes in that 9th race. 10th and final race, which features the Toyota Super High 5. Take out the also eligibles 13 and 14. They did not draw into the race. Those are the changes for today's program as they currently stand.
When the air turns crisp and the leaves begin to fall, the stage is set for something extraordinary.
We are so happy to be back here once again for another fall race season here at Keeneland Racecourse.
This is Fall Stars Weekend, a showcase of speed, heart, and history. From the Coolmore Turf Mile
Up to the mark is there.
to the Darley Alcibiades,
At the line, Juju's Map and Florent Giroux.
the Claiborne Breeders' Futurity,
Blocked to win the Claiborne Breeders' Futurity.
the Juddmonte Spinster,
No catching, Malifat.
and more.
Gina Romantica wins the First Lady.
Every stride matters. Every race is a battle. Every finish, unforgettable. Legends don't just arrive. They run for it. Right here at Keeneland.
Well, we welcome you back to Keeneland Racecourse for Fall Stars Weekend. Scott and Gabby with you once again for incredible race meet ahead. Gabby, 10 races to kick things off. Fall Stars Weekend, a lot of focus on Breeders' Cup horses and hopefuls, and today the 3 stakes races all winning your ins for the Breeders' Cup at Del Mar.
Absolutely. So many good races today. I think some of the focus, though, is going to be on Tommy Joe and the Darley Alcibiades, as she is signed on as the 2-5 morning line favorite. And she really does look the goods. 2 for 2, undefeated so far for the connection. So we'll see what she can do later today. But overall, excellent card.
Yes, Stoll Keenan Ogden Phoenix. That's our first stakes race, race number 7 for the sprint division. And you've got world record, one of the best sprinters in training right now, and Nakatomi coming back again here to Keeneland, a track that is home for him for Wesley Ward.
He's always been really good here, Nakatomi, but I was kind of interested in Skelly. I know he's a bit of a quirky horse. Luis Saez rode him for the first time last time out, and it was probably a learning experience for both of them.
And then we also have the Grade 2 Jessimine presented by Keeneland Sales. They went in your in for the Juvenile Fillies Turf, and that is a wide-open group. It's the biggest group that we have as far as the stakes, and it is extremely wide open, especially when you're dealing with young horses like this on the turf course.
Todd Pletcher came here with a purpose for Fall Stars weekend. He's got some really nice horses, and Time to Dream is one of those really impressive juveniles. So he is the favorite. I think Imagination, the lady, is kind of an interesting filly. She won first time out for Brendan Walsh, and she could take a big step up. But those outside post positions, maybe that leads to an opportunity for some other horses who have a better post.
And as Gabby mentioned, Tommy Joe, she is the headliner and the headliner of the 2-year-old filly division. We'll see her in today's Grade 1 Darley Alcibiades. Enjoy the beautiful weather and the new Keeneland as we kick off Fall Stars weekend for the fall here in 2025. Less than 18 minutes away from getting the fall meet underway here at Keeneland Racecourse. Race number 1 does start that early pick 5, first double and rolling pick 3 opportunities of the afternoon. And we start the meet with a starter 30. A starter 30 for fillies and mares, 3 and up, going a mile and a 16th. Scratch the number 7 horse. The current favorite is Miss Ellery for trainer Lauren Robson, who's had a really nice year this year in 2025, winning at 21%. This one owned by TriStar Farm. It's a filly by Social Inclusion, who comes into this race on the heels of a second-place finish at Churchill Downs when she was shipping in from Delaware, from the Mid-Atlantic, where she spent most of her career, at least in recent seasons. So I do think that Miss Ellery, the fact that she was a good second at Churchill Downs going the 1-turn mile, has tipped the hand as far as her showing up here at Keeneland, giving them reason to come here to Keeneland and try this race, going 2 turns at a mile and a 16th. And I think that her early speed and maybe a little slower tempo as far as pace is concerned that she encountered in that race at Churchill Downs will benefit her. Good inside post position from post 2 gets Tyler Gaffleone. A lot of positives for the number 2 horse, Social Inclusion. And I am in lockstep with the wagering public as far as the way that they're seeing this from a top 3 perspective, because my second choice is the current second choice, Indy Labeled, the number 4 for Matt Shire, a tonalist filly who has run here once in the past at Keeneland, going back to the spring of this year when she was still swimming in deeper waters as far as the level of competition. This is a filly that's run against 2 other than Allowance Company in each of her last 4 starts. That was after a couple of tries against stakes types at Oaklawn Park. You've got to respect her class and showing up against this level of competition, which it has to be viewed as easier than what she's seen throughout a majority of her career, especially since she broke her maiden. But can she kick it into gear and come on late? She's going to be coming from off the pace, it does appear, with Luis Saez. Can she reel in the 2 is the question. Miss Ellery, who I do think has a good chance of potentially shaking loose or obviously not being too far off of it. And then the number 6 horse rounds out my top 3. That is I Had That One Too for trainer Paul McGee. This is a mare, a California-bred mare who comes in from Southern California. She had a couple of runs at Del Mar in the summer and second-place finishes against state-bred competition. She's been here in Kentucky in the past. She's run here at Keeneland on the turf, on the dirt, even over at Churchill on the dirt. So she's kept good form. This might be considered a little bit tougher competition than what she's seen in those races at Del Mar against exclusive Calbred Company. But nonetheless, she has been pretty consistent as of late, a season that has provided her with 3 second-place finishes from 5 starts, looking for that first win of the year. Race number 1, less than 16 minutes to post. Good luck.
Horses are entering the track for Keeneland's first race. Starter allowance fillies and mares age 3 and up, a mile and a 16th over the fast main track. Race will finish in the short stretch at the first wire. Double and pick 3 wagering. Start of the early pick 5. Scratch the 7 near Missouri. Post time 6 minutes.
Darley, Keeneland November, and Stoll Keenan Ogden are pleased to sponsor the Best Turned Out Awards today at Keeneland. Representatives from Darley, Keeneland November, or Stoll Keenan Ogden will judge the horses in the paddock prior to each race and present the groom responsible for the Best Turned Out racehorse with a $300 cash award. And the winner of the Darley Best Turned Out Award for the first race is Anthony Greer, the groom for the number 1 horse, Lady Layla. Congratulations, Anthony. And we'll stay with that Darley Best Turned Out Award filly. That is Lady Layla, drawn post position number 1. I think that she may benefit from getting back to 2 turns. You look at her last couple of races. Her race at Horseshoe Indianapolis was a winning effort out on the front end, and we'll see if they're able to show some speed from the inside post. She's a big price of 12-1 right now, currently in the wagering. So the Best Turned Out filly, Lady Layla, a price horse who should benefit from the 2 turns here this afternoon. Let's go to the outside runner, All About Alice, a hit at a bomb filly who has run on the dirt in a few times over the course of her career. She's had success on both dirt and turf. She's a well put together filly, a stocky filly, and I think that from that outside draw maybe Rafael Mejica Jr. can try to put a little bit of speed into this race from this outside post based on her build. I think that there may be a little bit more speed from this filly. Just getting a chance to take a look at her close up. 14-1 on the board right now with All About Alice. But we're closing in on post time for the first race here for the fall meet at Keeneland Racecourse. Less than 3 minutes to get those plays in.
Horses have reached the starting gate for Keeneland's first race, start of the early pick 5. Fosta La Vista Baby comes forward. Three left to load. Last two about to go in. Here's I Had That One Too. All About Alice, the last one. Comes forward. Goes in, first wire at the post, and they are off. Away we go at the fall meet. There's Miss Ellery out for the early lead. Miss Ellery goes right to the front, and Fosta La Vista Baby is there, and LaDawn up on the far outside. Lady Lala back toward the inside is in fourth as they move into the first turn. All About Alice going to be wide in the fifth position. Indy Label is in sixth and scoots down toward the rail to save some ground around the turn. Then a break of 8 more lengths back to I Had That One Too, who is the distant trailer here early on. Back up front, Miss Ellery is the leader. Miss Ellery off the first turn leads it by just a length. Fosta La Vista Baby second by a half length. Lady Lala third to the inside. All About Alice is next on the outside. 23.7 seconds the time for the opening quarter. Indy Label is against the rail, improving position. Fifth to fourth now, moving up to challenge for third as LaDawn is in between horses. Still a break of nearly 10 more lengths back to I Had That One Too. It was 47.9 seconds the time for the first half mile. Over to the far turn they go, and Miss Ellery the leader. Miss Ellery leads it by a length. Indy Label to the inside, and Fosta La Vista Baby up on the outside. They contest the second spot as they move midway on the far turn, followed by Lady Lala, who is in fourth, has lost some ground. She's now 6 lengths off the lead. The rest have plenty of work to do. The leader is coming to the quarter pole. Miss Ellery has the lead by 2.5 lengths off the far turn. Indy Label giving chase, takes toward the outside, but still in second to the top of the short stretch. A gap of 6 more lengths back to Fosta La Vista Baby in third position, and Lady Lala is fourth off the turn. And here comes Indy Label chasing after Miss Ellery into the final furlong. Indy Label keeps running on from the outside, gets a narrow lead. Miss Ellery is second to the inside. She's still fighting on, but Indy Label has the lead a half length, now by a length. Luis Saez, Indy Label to take the opener at Keeneland. It was Miss Ellery who was across the wire in second, and then Fosta La Vista Baby and Lady Lala.
Well, as we expected, Indy Label coming from off the pace. There was never any panic from Luis Saez. He was down on the inside with this filly, always had the pace setter, Miss Ellery, in his sights. And as they came around the turn, things started to open up a little bit more for him, had space to work with this, and this filly just kept on coming. Indy Label for Matt Shire and 10 Strike Racing and others getting the victory in the opening event at odds of 4-5, 4-2-3-1 unofficial in the opener.
Unofficial results of Keeneland's first race: the 4 Indy Label first, the 2 Miss Ellery second, 3 Fosta La Vista Baby third, number 1 Lady Lala fourth. 4-2-3-1 unofficial. In the winner's circle for Keeneland's first race, the unofficial winner, number 4 Indy Label, owned by 10 Strike Racing of Marshall Graham, owned also by Jeremy Sussman and Corey Molis Racing LLC. Matt Shire trains and Luis Saez rides Indy Label. 4-year-old Totalist filly out of Sweet August Lady by City Zip, bred in Kentucky by Gugru LLC. The mile of the 16th over the fast main track, 1 minute 44.7 seconds. First race results official. 4-2-3-1, the official results. Keeneland's second race upcoming. Start of the early pick 4. Fast track firm turf today. Scratch number 3, Romantic Ride. 3, Romantic Ride scratched.
Race number 2, less than 17 minutes to post, and this is a wide open group. We've got a couple of horses right now sitting between 3 and 4 to 1 at the top of the market as far as the favorite and the second choice is concerned. But I'm going to take a shot with a first-time starter in here, the number 2 horse, A Cab on the Rocks. This is a son of Vino Rosso, a Breeders' Cup Classic winner, who is debuting for trainer Ethan West, who's had a very nice 2025. You might remember Ethan West back during Derby week, Derby time, with Chunk of Gold, who got them to the Run for the Roses over at Churchill Downs. And Ethan has had a good summer and hoping to bring it on into the fall. And I think that they've got this colt in the right spot here today, debuting for Maiden 50, just a $47,000 or $7,000 purchase, I should say, as a yearling last year at Keeneland, September, running for a $55,000 purse here today. But what caught my eye was not just the Ethan West barn, but the 3 consecutive workouts that this colt has put together up at Turfway Park, which have been good out of the starting gate. Now, granted, there are folks that may not look at gate workouts right on the heels of a race as a positive, but that doesn't impact my opinion of this horse whatsoever. I do think that you've got to be encouraged by the way that he's worked at Turfway, and thus I'll take my shot with the number 2 horse, A Cab on the Rocks, who is currently sitting at 10 to 1. We now go out to the 2 favorites in the race. The 8 is the second choice. That is Perfect Audible for trainer Steve Asmus. This is a colt by Audible who moved over to the dirt last time out, dropping in for 50. They added blinkers. A lot of changes were made in start 2 of his career versus his debut effort at Ellis when he was running in Maiden Special Weight Company and racing on the turf. So they've got that improvement. Anything close to that should have him right there. And 4 to 1 is a fair price on Perfect Audible, who makes sense in this Maiden 50 spot here, race number 2. And then just to his outside, the number 9 horse will be Fame Chaser for Wesley Ward. He debuted in a maiden optional 50 over at Ellis on the turf course, finished 3rd that day. This is a gelding by Wesley stallion Hootenanny. We see a lot of Hootenannies come through Keeneland, bred by Wesley Ward, that have a fair amount of success. So Fame Chaser showing up on the dirt here today at his home track, currently sitting at odds of 7 to 2 in this extremely wide open start to the early pick 4. Good luck if you're playing 15 minutes to post here at Keeneland.
Horses are entering the track for Keeneland's second race. Maiden claiming event, 2-year-olds claiming price $50,000, 6.5 furlongs over the fast main track. Doubled in pick 3 wagering, start of the early pick 4. Scratch number 3, Romantic Ride. Main track is fast, turf is firm, post time at 7 minutes.
The winner of the Darley Best Turned Out Award for race number 2 here at Keeneland is Vicente Rebelorio, the groom for the number 7 horse Frosted Warrior. Congratulations, Vicente. And we'll stay with Frosted Warrior. This is a colt by Frosted for trainer John Hancock, who's got just one start so far in his career. And I like the life that he showed when coming out onto the track. Showed good amount of energy coming out. Frosted Warrior, the number 7 horse, got to respect him based on the way that he's turned out, as well as the energy that he showed when coming out to the track for the post parade and his warm-ups, and continuing that nice energy out there as well. Currently sitting on the board at a big number, 26-1. The number 6 horse is a first-time starter, Alexander K. This is a gelding by Uncle Chuck, a son of Uncle Mo, who thought that he looked nice as well, and he's getting plenty of attention. Jose Ortiz is in the saddle. You've got to respect the 5-1 number sitting on him next to his number, I should say, in the win pools. So Alexander K, good appearance, live on the tote board at odds of 5-1. That's the number 6 horse. Race number 2 does start the early pick 4 here at Keeneland Racecourse, as the one Zucchero has moved down to the favorite at odds of 5-2. Good luck in race number 2.
The horses have reached the starting gate for Keeneland's second race, start of the early pick 4. Moving into line, race 2. Fame Chaser and Vino Subito come forward. Awesome Magic, free choice. State Conceal goes in. Here is Alexander K. Mountain High will be the last one. Comes forward. Goes in. They're at the post. They're off. State Conceal and Fame Chaser have speed. Mountain High to the far outside. Vino Subito kicks in from 4th. Zucchero is away running in the 5th position. Frosted Warrior comes out running in 6th. Awesome Magic 7th. Alexander K is 8th between horses. Perfect Audible moves by to their outside from 9th. The Cab on the Rocks is in 10th. And Free Choice is last of the 11. Vino Subito has the lead by a length as they head for the far turn. State Conceal second on the outside by a neck. And then Zucchero back to the inside 3rd. It was 22.45 seconds the time for the opening quarter. Mountain High swings up to the far outside from 4th into 3rd, just outside of State Conceal, who's just outside of Vino Subito, who hugs the rail with a narrow lead around the far turn. Zucchero is right behind the leader, but 4th toward the inside. Now shifts a lane off the rail, goes wider still. Quarter mile to go. Zucchero has to move out to the center of the racetrack as State Conceal has the lead off the far turn. Zucchero on the far outside. Mountain High is fighting on between that pair. Vino Subito drops back, and here's Zucchero on the outside of State Conceal. These two matching strides into the final furlong. Zucchero pokes ahead in front. State Conceal to the inside is in 2nd. Then Mountain High, a late run from Perfect Audible from 4th. Here's State Conceal fighting back to the inside of Zucchero. Perfect Audible runs on from the far outside with Mountain High down to the wire. And it is Perfect Audible getting up in the final stride for Keith James Asmussen.
Well, it was quite a tussle out on the front end when they straightened for home between the one-horse Zucchero and State Conceal. The 11, who just continued to battle down on the inside, had about a head to make up on the favorite, who's hanging in there. But over the top, as Kurt mentioned, comes Keith James Asmussen with Perfect Audible. Still a few lengths to make up at this point in time, but moving best of all and going to score here the number 8 at odds of 5-1 for trainer Steve Asmussen.
The unofficial results of Keeneland's second race, number 8, Perfect Audible, finished first. Number 12, Mountain High, was second. The 11, State Conceal, was third. Number 1, Zucchero, was fourth. 8, 12, 11, 1, unofficial. Race 2, results official. 8, 12, 11, 1, the official results. Into the winner's circle for Keeneland's second race, the official winner, number 8, Perfect Audible, owned by Mike McCarty, trained by Steve Asmussen, Keith James Asmussen, the winning jockey. Perfect Audible, 2-year-old son of Audible, out of Twirl Girl by Twirling Candy, bred in Kentucky by Craig Singer. 6.5 furlongs over the main track, listed fast, 1 minute 19.65 seconds. Keeneland's third race upcoming starts the next of the day's rolling doubles and pick threes. The turf is listed firm, the rail at 0 feet. Scratch the 6 sneakily and scratch 13 backgammon. A reminder, the 14 draws into the race, 14 riotous draws into the race.
Race number 3 will feature our first turf race of this fall meet here at Keeneland Racecourse, and we'll start with 2-year-old fillies going a mile and a 16th on the firm listed going here this afternoon. And Mencore is the horse that I go with, the number 8 horse for Redeemer Racing and trainer Will Walden. Thought we'd get a decent price. We're getting it around 6-1 right now as it stands with 17 minutes to post. But I thought that money would go elsewhere in this race, and it is. And we're getting that good price. And a filly that showed a lot of improvement moving over to the turf course in her most recent start, which occurred down at Kentucky Downs on the 31st of August. Now, Tyler Gaffleone rode her that day. He goes to the number 5 horse Trust Account, and that certainly will sway some folks from a pari-mutuel perspective. But getting Johnny Velasquez in the saddle certainly helps the case of this filly in start 3 of her career. I just really think that she's on the trend as far as being a turf-type filly, as we saw from her in her most recent start. And the filly that beat her, Diablo Shiraz, will be running today later on in the Jessimine Stakes presented by Keeneland Sales. So she'll be a longer-priced horse, but still, a filly that beat her going on to Stakes Company in her next start certainly looks to be a positive. Outside of her, I go to Turner's Charm, the number 1 horse for trainer Brendan Walsh. Frankie Dettori gets the call on this filly here this afternoon. She's had 1 start. That was at Kentucky Downs going 7 furlongs, and she finished 2nd on debut. So the added distance should improve this filly. And Frankie, he's never scared to go ahead and try to take a race by the scruff of its neck early on and try to dictate things. And we'll see if Dettori opts to do that. She's 2-1 right now. She is the favorite in this race from an 8-1 morning line. So she's getting plenty of attention for Don and Ike Thrash. That is Turner's Charm, a Keeneland September sale graduate from 2014, daughter of Not This Time. And then finally, the number 5 horse, Trust Account for the Hyder family stables and trainer Brendan Walsh. This is where Tyler Gaffleone sticks. Into Mischief filly that was a $1.5 million Keeneland September yearling back in 2024. She had just 1 start. She was 4th at Ellis Park back in August, and they've given her about a month and a half in between races to get ready for start 2 of her career. But expectations certainly high with a $1.5 million yearling, and with this kind of pedigree, she is by Into Mischief out of Shared Account, that Breeders' Cup winner and a mother of a Breeders' Cup winner as well. So a big family, and this filly looking to show some improvement here today in the 2nd start of her career. She's 5-2. Great event coming up. Race number 3, 2-year-old fillies on the turf course at a mile and a 16th as doubles and pick 3s continue to roll throughout the card here at Keeneland.
Horses are entering the track for Keeneland's third race. The Nyquist maiden special weight 2-year-old fillies, 1 mile and a 16th over the firm turf. Rail at 0 feet today. Double and pick 3 wagering featured here. Scratch 6 sneakily and scratch 13 backgammon. A reminder, the 14 Riotous draws into the race. Post time at 7 minutes.
The winner of the Darley Best Turned Out Award for the third race here at Keeneland is Amacleto Quinteros, the groom for the number 14 Riotous. Congratulations, Amacleto. And we turn our attention to the Best Turned Out presented by Darley Riotous for Wayne Catalano, well beaten on debut at Kentucky Downs, but she took plenty of play that afternoon. She was one of the favorites in that field of 10, showed a little something early on, and we talk about this every fall that we come here to Keeneland Racecourse. There's a number of horses that just don't handle Kentucky Downs and can quickly turn things around based on just being on a more conventional turf course. So watch out for her. She's 30-1. Again, this was a filly who was just under 3-1 in her debut, but being disrespected, ignored, if you will, here in race number 3. Let's go down to the inside to the number 2 horse. That is Ginger Ale for Rudy Brisset and Peter Blum Thoroughbreds, a filly by Into Mischief out of the stakes placed mare Coca-Cola, daughter of Candy Ride. They gave her a couple of tries on the dirt between Saratoga and Danet Ellis, and now she tries the turf for the first time. She's a nice-looking filly. 8-1 on the board right now. You've got Flavian Pratt here to ride this filly. Don't ignore Ginger Ale with the surface switch here this afternoon. Looks phenomenal out there in the navy silks of Peter Blum. And then let's go back to the number 5 horse, Trust Account for the Hyder family stables. She is just a long, elegant 2-year-old filly. She really is a gorgeous daughter of Into Mischief with that big family that she comes from. $1.5 million Keeneland September sale yearling from last year to the Hyder family stables. And she looks just incredible out there. This is a beautiful group of fillies here, but she would be one of the standouts in this group. She's 5-2 right now on the board in a pretty evenly wagered event between the number 5 horse Trust Account and the 1 horse Turner's Charm for Brendan Walsh. Good luck in race number 3. We're less than 3 minutes away from post time.
Horses have reached the starting gate for Keeneland's third race, the Nyquist. Moving into line race 3. Live Your Dreams and Empress CC come forward. Trust Account with Atlantic Beach. Runway Rebel, now just a Rebel. Last Curtain Call comes forward. Riotous, the last one. Goes in, they're at the post. And they're off. There goes Ginger Ale, quick into stride. Ginger Ale bounds out of the gate and goes right to the lead and quickly gets over next to the rail. Here comes Last Curtain Call, moving fast out in the center of the course, has company in the form of Riotous, and then Atlantic Beach, who's away between horses, running in fourth. Turner's Charm is in tight down toward the rail in fifth. Mencore alongside that one is in sixth position. Runway Rebel a wide seventh. Empress CC is now eighth. Trust Account had an awkward move heading to the first turn, now settles down against the rail into the ninth position. Just a Rebel 10th. Live Your Dreams is racing in 11th spot. Scordalia last to the 12. Onto the backstretch they go. 22.87 seconds the time for the opening quarter. Last Curtain Call leads. Last Curtain Call leads Ginger Ale by a length and a half. Riotous is third in between horses. Atlantic Beach, midpoint of the backstretch, stacks up fourth to the far outside, just over 2 lengths off the lead. Turner's Charm back toward the inside in fourth, nearly 4 from the front. Mencore is alongside of that one as they enter the far turn. Empress CC comes next. They got the first half mile in 47.76 seconds. Last Curtain Call leading Riotous. Atlantic Beach on the far outside onto the far turn. And then comes Ginger Ale back toward the inside in fourth. And Turner's Charm is looking for some running room. Mencore is there on her outside. Turner's Charm is between horses in fifth, 5 lengths off the lead. Quarter mile to go. Last Curtain Call to catch. Leads it by 2. Ginger Ale to the inside. Atlantic Beach to the outside. Turner's Charm has clear running now. Still 4 lengths from the lead, though. Final furlong. Last Curtain Call. Turner's Charm is second. There's 2 lengths between them. A length between them. Turner's Charm takes aim at Last Curtain Call, who still has the lead. Turner's Charm is right alongside. And then a late charge from Trust Account to third. It is Turner's Charm getting the lead in deep stretch. Turner's Charm to win it. And then it was Last Curtain Call second, with Trust Account finishing third.
Well, in the end, it's the 7-5 favorite, Turner's Charm, the daughter of Not This Time, for Dawn and Ike Thrash, the Keeneland September sale graduate. He was able to run down a very stubborn pace setter last curtain call. This filly put together a heck of an effort from that outside post to get to the front and hang in there in the way that she did. And she was not backing down, but just reeled in enough to be defeated by about maybe a length in the end, maybe 3/4 of a length by Turner's Charm, with Frankie Dettori in the saddle.
Unofficial results of Keeneland's third race. Number 1, Turner's Charm, was first. Number 12, Last Curtain Call, was second. Number 5, Trust Account, third. The 9, Empress CC, fourth. 1:12.59, unofficial. In the winner's circle for Keeneland's third race, the unofficial winner of the Nyquist, number 1, Turner's Charm, owned by Dawn and Ike Thrash, trained by Brendan Walsh, Frankie Dettori, the jockey. Turner's Charm, a 2-year-old filly by Not This Time, out of Worth a Chance Mo by Uncle Mo, bred in Kentucky by Castle Park Farm LLC and Dermot Joyce. Results are now official. Keeneland September graduate Turner's Charm gets the mile and a 16th over the turf-listed firm in 1 minute 42.96 seconds. In the winner's circle, Jill Littleton presents the trophy to the connections of Turner's Charm for the Nyquist. Keeneland's fourth race upcoming. The main track listed fast. Scratch number 3, Annie's Alley. Again, scratch number 3, Annie's Alley.
Move along to race number 4. We're already 16 minutes to post, and this is a group of 2-year-old fillies that'll be going 6 furlongs on the fast main track, non-orders of 2 lifetime allowance race worth $120,000. And Donna Romano is the number 7 horse, the current favorite for Brad Cox, currently sitting at odds of 9-5 on the tote board right now. And this is a filly by Bo Liam, who showed a lot of ability on debut at Saratoga, winning at Saratoga from post position number 1, which is not easy to do. It's never easy to win from post 1, but bottom line, you have to have very much a lot of speed post 1 while sprinting, I should say, and especially when you're dealing with young horses and start 1 of their careers. So the fact that she was able to draw post 1 and sit that position that she did and pull off and win by 2.5 lengths, they've got to be really excited about this filly by Bo Liam that Michael Dubb and the Elkstone Group own. So at 9-5, I will take the favorite on top based on that lone start that we've seen from her. King Solver, the number 1 horse, who draws post position number 1, has a little bit more seasoning to her. She's just had more races. This will be start number 4 of her career. She's run in a pair of stakes races. She won the Schuylerville at the beginning of the meet at Saratoga and then came to Ellis and finished second in the debutante, beaten by a good filly in Chopsticks, and she had post 1 on that day, so she at least has the experience from post 1 and put together a credible effort. She gets Flavian Pratt here today, who rode her to that victory in the Schuylerville at Saratoga on the 4th of July. So 5-2, she is my second choice and currently is the second choice in the wagering. And then Spa Prospector is the number 4 horse. This is an authentic filly, owned by Greenwell Thoroughbreds, purchased for $450,000 at the Keeneland September sale last year. And she was 3rd in the Adirondack, most recently at Saratoga. She broke her maiden on an off-track going 6 furlongs, so she's had plenty of seasoning to this point into the fall of her 2-year-old campaign, and she's shown some ability. So she's got Jose Ortiz signed on again today, and like King Solver, Jose rode her on debut. She's been in her maiden special weight win, referring to Flavian Pratt breaking through with King Solver's maiden win when she beat Stakes Company in the Schuylerville. But a very good group of 2-year-old fillies. Bright future ahead, it looks like, for these fillies with these pedigrees and connections and what they've done so far. Looking forward to this one coming up in less than 14 minutes. Race number 4 here at Keeneland.
Horses are entering the track for Keeneland's fourth race, an allowance for 2-year-old fillies, 6 furlongs over the fast main track. Race will feature double and pick 3 wagering. Scratch the 3 Annie's Alley. Number 3 Annie's Alley scratch. Post time 7 minutes.
The winner of the Darley Best Turned Out Award for the 4th race is Jose Mejias, the groom for the number 5 horse, My Sweetheart. Congratulations, Jose. As we take a look at the number 5 horse, My Sweetheart, in the hot pink silks of Debbie Oxley, bred by Debbie Oxley. This is a filly by Flame Away, who was 3rd last time out in the Bolton Landing. That was on turf. In fact, 2 of her 3 starts have occurred on turf, and her 1 dirt try was a runner-up finish behind King Solver in the Schuylerville. So she definitely has credentials and shown some ability as far as her races are concerned that could have her right there in the end with Luan Machado in the saddle. So My Sweetheart, the number 5 horse, good price, best turned out, presented by Darley. And then the number 9 horse, Fond of You for Godolphin. This is a Street Sense filly who was 3rd in the sorority stakes up at Monmouth Park in her most recent start. That was after a debut win at Colonial, going wire to wire. They do take the blinkers off here today with this outside post position with this filly. So that is a change being put together by the team of Michael Stidham, who trains this filly. And when he does so, takes blinkers off horses, they're winning at a 30% clip. That is a very high percentage for that situational statistic, which goes towards Fond of You. Also, Tom Leach's long shot pick of the day. Good luck. Get those plays in. Less than 4 minutes away from race number 4.
Horses have reached the starting gate for Keeneland's 4th race, the Cody's Wish. Moving into line 4th race. Spa Prospector goes in along with Tis in Sight. My Sweetheart comes forward. Fond of You will be the last one. Comes forward. They are at the post. And they're off. Tis in Sight. Tis in Sight comes right out for the early lead. Fond of You up to the far outside. Now King Solver kicks into the inside. Prowess is up close as well here in the opening strides. It is followed by Final Shipman, who's a lane off the rail, traveling along in the 5th position as they head to the turn. Donna Romano is going to be caught wide onto the far turn just outside of My Sweetheart, who's in between horses. Spa Prospector is last. Tis in Sight is the leader by 3/4 of a length. Fond of You second up on the outside, 22.22 seconds the time for the opening quarter. King Solver third against the rail, a half length. Donna Romano fourth on the outside and running 5 lengths off the lead around the turn. Prowess has lost ground to the inside in 6th. My Sweetheart is 7th. There's just over a 1/4 mile to go. Tis in Sight is the leader. Fond of You is second on the outside. King Solver is third toward the rail. Now switches off the rail from in between horses, but still has to catch Tis in Sight. 1/8 of a mile to go, and here comes King Solver up on the outside. It is Tis in Sight with a narrow lead to the inside. King Solver trying, but still second on the outside. Tis in Sight fighting on, a 16th to go. King Solver second. My Sweetheart is third. King Solver a final try. Here's the wire. King Solver trying to poke ahead in front, and King Solver gets up and wins it by a half length on the line. Tis in Sight second. My Sweetheart was third, and Spa Prospector fourth.
King Solver scoring at odds of 8-5 here, picks up win number 2 of her career in her 4th career start. And she had to work for it because we saw the 8-horse Tis in Sight. She broke like a rocket. That put her in a good position, obviously out on the front end. And she's digging in, trying everything that she can to hold off the 1. But it did not work out for her. It's instead King Solver for Storyteller Racing and others. Rudy Brisset, Flavien Prat in race number 4 here at Keeneland.
Unofficial results of Keeneland's fourth race. Number 1, King Solver, finished first. Number 8, Tis in Sight, was second. Number 5, My Sweetheart, third. Number 4, Spa Prospector, fourth. 1854 unofficial. Head to the winner's circle for Keeneland's fourth race, the Cody's Wish. The unofficial winner, number 1, King Solver, owned by Storyteller Racing of Ted Nixon, owned by Shrek Racing of Michael Shrek, Open Gate Horse Ventures LLC, Butch Mosby, owned also by Brian Cahoe, Scott Catlett, Dave Russell, Matthew Ransdell, Michael Motley, and Joel Braun. Rudolph Brisset, the trainer, and Flavian Pratt, the jockey. King Solver, a 2-year-old filly by Omaha Beach, out of Famous Rider by Speightstown, bred in Kentucky by George Krikorian. Keeneland September graduate. Now the official winner gets the 6 furlongs in 1 minute, 11.45 seconds. 1854, the official results. In the winner's circle, the Cody's Wish trophy presentation. Nicole Wilson and Caitlin Morgan present the trophy to the connections of King Solver. Keeneland's fifth race upcoming, including double and pick 3 wagering. Start of the pick 6. Main track is fast. The turf is firm. The rail at 0 feet on the turf course. Race 5, no changes.
Race number 5, we'll start the pick 6 on opening day, our first pick 6 opportunity of this fall meet. And it's an about 7 furlong distance on the Beard course for maiden 3-year-olds and up, going for the $110,000 purse. I went to the number 3 horse, New What's New, for Double Down Stable and trainer Jimmy DeVito. This is a son of Munnings who was gelded prior to his last race. He's obviously a gelding listed in the past performances, I should say. And this 3-year-old put together a career best effort last time out at Churchill Downs. After a bit of a break from a try on the turf course at Churchill and that debut effort where he was beaten by Camp Hope, he came rolling late going 6 furlongs and nearly got there, beaten just the neck. So getting the added distance today I think will be a positive for New What's New. And Jimmy DeVito bringing him down from Chicago has been training up at Hawthorne Racecourse, getting a square price too, 5-1 on the number 3. Morlock is the number 1 horse. This is a Bernardini colt who in 8 career starts has finished in the top 3 7 times, 6 seconds and 1/3, still seeking that first career victory. In fact, his only non-top 3 finish was on debut at Churchill June of last year, but then in start 2 of his career, he ran into Magnitude, that impressive runner out of the Steve Asmussen barn. He's been running against horses like Bracket Buster and Yinzer, and other big horses who have come out of those maiden races and gone on to do some nice things moving forward. So at some point in time, he is going to find a group in which he's not going to be facing off against those types of horses that he has seen over the course of his 8-race career. So he's been the bridesmaid more often than not, but at some point he is going to break through and get himself into the winner's circle. And at 9-1, that to me just does not reflect the opportunity that Morlock has in this race against this group of competition here this afternoon. And then finally, my third choice is the number 6 horse, that is Divine Justice for Fleury Racing and Titletown Racing, a son of Justify, a Keeneland September sale grad from a couple of years ago in 2023, who was unraced at 2, came into Kentucky for the first start of his career at Ellis Park, and that was back in August of this year. He was the favorite that day, had an outside post, had good early position, and then just ended up finishing second, beating 8 1/4 lengths. So you've got to think that there's a lot of upside with this colt by Justify. He gets added distance. He's got a race under his belt. You've got Tyler Gaffalione, jockey, and Brad Cox, the trainer. Certainly a lot of positives for Divine Justice coming into race number 5. Good group of horses, 3-year-olds and up, going the about 7 furlongs on the Beard course. And once again, we'll start the $1 pick 6 here next at Keeneland.
horses are entering the track for Keeneland's fifth race, the Maxfield Maiden Special Weight 3-year-olds and up Beard Course, about 7 furlongs over the fast main track. This race will start the pick 6. The main track is fast. The turf is firm. No changes in race 5. Post time at 8 minutes.
The winner of the Darley Best Turned Out Award for the 5th race here at Keeneland is Jose Becerra, the groom for the number 8 horse Ripped. Congratulations, Jose. And here is a look at Ripped for BC Stables, a colt by City of Lights out of the Steve Asmussen barn, who gets back onto dirt after a turf try at Kentucky Downs. He was well beaten that day, but his recent dirt effort over at Ellis for Steve Asmussen looks much better, certainly, than that turf try. So there is some upside for Ripped, Best Turned Out Award winner for BC Stables, with Keith James and Steve Asmussen looking to pick up the double here today on opening day. The number 7 horse is Lucius Veris. This is a first-time starter out of the Aaron West barn, and this was part of the focus this morning on Today at Keeneland with the Clocker report. Clocker's pinpointing towards his workout on the 27th of September, where he worked 47-1. That was a bullet best of 35. He was working in company of the stablemate Steel Golden, a gunrunner colt that was a $310,000 purchase. The sires are precocious, and the dam was a stakes winner. The barn is winning at a 25% clip on the year. That's trainer Aaron West. So look out for the number 7 horse, Lucius Veris, based on that Clocker report from Today at Keeneland. And I just want to go back to the number 3 horse, New What's New, my top play in here for Double Down Stable and trainer Jimmy DeVito. I just had a conversation with Jimmy over in the paddock about this gelding and asked, what has led to that much of an improvement in his most recent start versus his first 2. And he said, in his opinion, in his mind, was gelding this horse prior to his race at Churchill Downs. So this will be the second time that this son of Munnings will race as a gelding, and we see that wake up horses so often in this sport. So keep that in your back pocket and utilize that with New What's New. Second time gelding here. He's 5-1 in race number 5. Good luck. 4 minutes to play. Race number 5, which again starts another rolling double, another rolling pick 3, and begins the opening day pick 6.
Looking ahead to race 8, the Jessimine Stakes. Scratch the 7, Diablo Shiraz. Again, looking ahead to Keeneland's 8th race. Scratch number 7, Diablo Shiraz. The horses have reached the starting gate for Keeneland's 5th race, the Maxfield, start of the pick 6. Moving into line race 5. New What's New comes forward along with Ripped. Bob Moe goes in, trouble ahead. Hitchcock. Barb moves into line. Crazy Diamond, the last one, comes forward. Goes in, they're at the post. And they're off. There goes Bob Moe along with Mizzou to the inside. Ripped is there up on the outside. Divine Justice kicks in. Divine Justice moves up to the outside of Mizzou. These two come to the front. Morlock scoots up toward the inside. Ripped is there toward the far outside as they head up the backstretch. A break of 2 more lengths. Barb is 5th toward the center of the track. And then Bob Moe is now settled back into 6th in between horses. New What's New is 7th against the rail. 6 lengths off the lead as they head for the far turn. Crazy Diamond is a wide 8th. And then further back comes Hitchcock, who now is in the 9th position, followed by Trouble Ahead in 10th. Lucius Ferris is last, 22.32 seconds. That was the time for the opening quarter. Mizzou, the leader by a half length to the far turn. Divine Justice, second by a length and a half. Morlock is third against the rail by a half length. Ripped is fourth up on the outside. Barb is fifth. The lane off the rail around the far turn. 7 lengths off the lead. Gap of 3 more to New What's New, who's got a lot of work to do. Just a quarter mile left to do it. Top of the stretch, they turn for home. Mizzou, Divine Justice. Morlock is third back toward the inside and still 3 lengths off the front pair. And is followed by Ripped and fourth on the outside. Mizzou, Divine Justice going at it for the lead. New What's New is running late from the far outside, still 5 lengths off the lead. Mizzou, short lead. Divine Justice alongside, past the 16th pole. New What's New to third. Mizzou, Divine Justice. New What's New. Mizzou, Divine Justice. Heads bobbing on the wire. Photo for the win.
Well, too tight to call, and it's going to take a couple of looks at this and obviously a review by the placing judges to determine who gets their nose in front as it comes down to the head bob, as Kurt Becker mentioned in his race call. It is Mizzou down on the inside on the far side with that white blaze and that white saddlecloth and matching white blaze of the number 6 horse. That is Divine Justice hanging right there with him. New What's New came on late, but he ends up finishing only beaten, perhaps ahead in the end, finishing third. But as we take another peek at it, in between the 2 and 6, the 6 looks like he got a good bob from that perspective as we take you down low to the jockey cam to the finish. But it's between the 2 and the 6, and it's ultra close. Another peek at it, 2 white noses trying to get to the wire. That is tough. This is going to be a very close one in the end, as we just saw for race number 5.
Result of the photo, number 6, Divine Justice, finished first. Number 2, Mizzou, second. Number 3, New What's New, third. Number 8, Ripped, was fourth. 6-2-3-8, unofficial. Race 5, results official. 6-2-3-8, the official results. Into the winner's circle for Keeneland's fifth race, the Maxfield. The official winner, number 6, Divine Justice, owned by Fleury Racing Stables, LLC of State and Fleury. Titletown Racing Stables of Paul Farr. Matheson Racing, LLC of Mark Matheson. KC Racing of Eric Mason. The trainer, Brad Cox. The jockey, Tyler Gaffleone. Divine Justice, a 3-year-old son of Justify out of Rarities by City Zip, bred in Kentucky by Calora Stud. Keeneland September graduate gets the Beard course about 7 furlongs, 1 minute 26.88 seconds. In the winner's circle, the Maxfield Trophy presentation to the connections of Divine Justice. Keeneland's sixth race upcoming. This will start the late pick 5. It also begins the Keeneland Turf pick 3, made up of races 6, 8, and 10. The turf is listed firm, the rail at 0 feet. In this sixth race, scratch the 9, Golden Gamble. Also scratch the 14, Cliffs, the 15, Sheila's Lion, and the 16, Caitlin Time. A reminder, number 13, Lookster, draws into the race.
Race number 6 does start the late pick 5 on opening day, and our stakes portion of the card coming up with race number 7. So 3 of the 5 races of the stakes variety, and this is a very nice group of fillies that'll be running on the turf course here in a first level allowance race. The number 6 horse that is in the stars for G. Watts Humphrey Jr. and trainer Rusty Arnold. This is a filly by Into Mischief out of a phenomenal race mare. Her mother, Stellar Wind, was one of the best in the early days of the Daughters of Keeland that we saw. And obviously, Keeland fillies came on from that point moving forward with the likes of Malathat as well as others. But this filly's mother was an absolute superstar in Southern California for Horonis Racing and trainer John Sadler. And since Rusty Arnold has moved her over to turf in 2 of her last 3 starts, she has really shown that that's probably her preferred surface. So she gets the opportunity to run here today on the turf course. She's 5-2 on the board right now. I know Rusty really likes this filly. Just talking to him here in the paddock, he says, I thought that she was a dirt horse all along, but since we moved her over to the turf, things have really worked out. And based on her pedigree, you can understand why they were looking more at dirt as far as a racing future. But her 2 best races have clearly come on the turf, which she gets a chance to run on here today. The number 2 horse here, the Queen, is the current favorite at 2-1 for Brad Cox. She's another one that has improved since switching surfaces. First 2 starts of her career on dirt at Churchill, moved to the synthetic and the turf in her last few starts, and she's run much better in those scenarios. She's a daughter of Audible who hasn't run in about 5 months, gets Irad in the saddle here today, but certainly looks a filly that has either improved with the surface switches that they've made with her or the added distance, and she keeps the longer distance here today as far as a mile is concerned versus the sprint runs that we saw from her in her first couple of starts. And then we'll go to the number 10 horse to the outside, Unomia for Vicky Oliver and Jewel Box Racing, a Tis the Law filly who has put together some decent efforts, and she's steadily improved in her races on the turf in her last 4 starts. Her first start was on turf as far as turf racing back in the springtime, but then she's just shown not massive improvements, but just steady improvements. And her last race was at Monmouth Park back in July. So we'll see how she fares here today. She's 8-1 on the board right now. She sat handy up close to the pace or even further off the pace like she did last time out. So I do think that you've got to consider her a contender in here underneath at the very least, with Frankie Dettori getting the assignment. It is race number 6 at Keeneland coming up next. Good luck. Start of the late pick 5.
Horses are entering the track for Keeneland's 6th race. The Proxy, an allowance for fillies and mares age 3 and up, 1 mile over the firm turf, the rail at 0 feet. Scratch the 9, Golden Gamble. Scratch 14, Cliffs, 15, Sheila's Lion, and 16, Caitlin Time. A reminder, number 13, Lookster, draws into the race. This race starts the late pick 5. It starts the Keeneland turf pick 3 as well. Post time in 6 minutes.
The winner of the Darley Best Turned Out Award for the 6th race here at Keeneland is Serafine Armenta, the groom for the number 1 horse, Kake's Tap Dancer. Congratulations, Serafine. And here's a look at that daughter of Tappet, the number 1 horse, who is 1 for 17 in her career, but put together a decent enough effort last time out. One of her better since she broke her maiden, clearly going back to her start 3 back when she did break through with her maiden score. So Vince Chamano takes the call for Seahorse Farm, Kake's Tap Dancer, the number 1 horse, the Best Turned Out, presented by Darley. The number 4 horse, My Sexy Blonde, out of the Alvin Taylor barn, is a daughter of Tapiture. She's a pretty filly. She's got quite the interesting coat. You don't see it often, but you'll see this from time to time. It looks as though somebody's just taken a bucket of white paint and splashed her with it. She's got these white dots all over her coat. She is a pretty filly by Tapiture, and she's facing winners for the first time here this afternoon. So Walter Rodriguez gets the opportunity on this chestnut daughter of Tapiture for Royal Flush Racing. That is My Sexy Blonde. And then the number 10 horse caught my eye, Eunomia, for Vicky Oliver. Liked her coming in as far as a top 3 selection. Liked the way that she looked coming out to the track with Frankie Dettori. She's the daughter of Tiz the Law. We've seen his offspring do well on turf and dirt. So you've got to respect this filly, and she's shown, again, steady progress with her turf races in her last 4 starts up to this point. We'll see how she does in her 5th start on the turf. Good luck in this upcoming 6th race at Keeneland. Once again, does start the late pick 5 on opening day.
Horses have reached the starting gate for Keeneland's 6th race, the Proxy, start of the late pick 5, start of the Keeneland Turf pick 3. Moving into line, race 6. My Sexy Blonde and You Know Me move into line. Exclusive Star comes forward. Now Dash and Diva with Modern Sound. In the Stars. Lookster, the last one. Goes in. At the post. And they're off. There goes Dash and Diva. Dash and Diva right out for the early lead. Whippoorwill has early speed as well. Exclusive Star is next up on the far outside. Then Here the Queen back toward the inside as they move into the first turn. Dash and Diva against the rail has the early lead by 3/4 of a length. Whippoorwill goes second by 2. Exclusive Star third by a neck outside of Here the Queen and fourth. In the Stars is a lane off the rail around the first turn in fifth. Cake's Tap Dancer sixth toward the inside. Lookster was a wide seventh around the first turn and on to the back stretch. And then Modern Sound, who's back toward the inside in the 8th position, followed by My Sexy Blonde in 9th. You Know Me a 10th toward the outside midpoint of the back stretch. They are followed by Romney Road next to last and Native Rose Trails, 22.99 seconds the time for the opening quarter. Dash and Diva leads it by 3/4 of a length to Whippoorwill as they work their way off the end of the back stretch, 47.69 seconds the time for that first half mile. Exclusive Star third. In the Star is going to have to go way wide around the far turn out toward the center of the course. In fourth, just over 2 lengths from the front now. Here the Queen has saved ground to the inside, but still in fifth as they turn for home, 3 lengths from the front, top of the lane. Past the quarter pole, Dash and Diva, Exclusive Star, in the Stars, 1, 2, 3 respectively, coming into the final furlong. Exclusive Stars alongside of Dash and Diva. In the Stars is third. Here the Queen switches toward the outside, then You Know Me, followed by Modern Sound. In the Stars, Here the Queen coming behind her. You Know Me dives to the inside. In the Stars, Here the Queen, You Know Me, then Modern Sound. In the Stars in front. In the Stars to win it by a neck on the wire.
What a good filly this is. In the Stars in the green and white silks of G. Watts Humphrey Jr. for trainer Rusty Arnold. As they straighten for home, the filly's got a bit of a jump on her. They were down to the inside, but she digged in and pulled this one off, putting together one of the best efforts that we've seen from her in her racing career. And she had the second choice, the 2 coming to her late, but she hung in there. In the Stars with that wonderful pedigree, gets the victory for G. Watts Humphrey Jr., Rusty Arnold, and Luis Saez narrowly in race number 6.
Unofficial results of Keeneland's 6th race. Number 6 in the Stars was first. Number 2 here, the Queen, second. Number 12, Modern Sound, was third. Number 10, Eunomia, fourth. 6-2, 12-10, unofficial. Race 6 results official. 6-2, 12-10, the official results. In the winner's circle, official winner of Keeneland's 6th race, the Proxy. Number 6 in the Stars, owned by G. Watts Humphrey Jr., trained by Rusty Arnold. 2 wins today for jockey Luis Saez. In the Stars, a 3-year-old filly by Into Mischief out of Stellar Wind by Curlin, bred in Kentucky by Orpendale Charleston Wynett. The Keeneland September graduate gets the mile over the turf, listed firm in 1 minute 35.56 seconds. In the winner's circle, Elizabeth Massey makes the trophy presentation for the Proxy to the connections of In the Stars. Keeneland's 7th race upcoming, the 173rd running of the Stall Keenan Ogden Phoenix, Grade 2, a win in your end for the Breeders' Cup Sprint Division. Starts the late pick 4. The main track is listed fast. No changes in race 7.
You're never more here than when you're here. Here is more than just a horse race. Here is where you want to be. And here's the horse that's going to make it happen.
They're off in the Breeders' Cup.
Here she is, coming around the final turn.
And they're into the stretch.
Making sure that this year, you won't be anywhere else, but here.
Race number 7 is our first stakes race of the meet of this opening day. It is the Grade 2 Stoll Keenan Ogden Phoenix Stakes, a Breeders' Cup Challenge Series win and you're in for the Breeders' Cup Sprint on November 1st at Del Mar. And world record is who we're taking a look at right now, the number 4 horse. This is a son of gun runner for Windstar Farm and BBN Racing, trained by Rudy Brisset, who comes back to Kentucky after a journey out to Southern California and a run in the Grade 1 Bing Crosby, where he ended up finishing 3rd. And just as Rudy was just mentioning to me, talking about this horse and that effort at Del Mar, wasn't a bad race by any means. He was the favorite that day, but as we know, favorites don't win every single race that we run, regardless of the level. He just felt like he maybe lost a little position down the backstretch, and the horses got a jump on him coming down the lane. And Lovesick Blues sprung a big upset that day in the Grade 1 Bing Crosby. We'll see him in the Breeders' Cup Sprint. Hijazi was second. So I just think that looking at world record and his ability to run one of the fastest 6 furlongs of any of these horses in this race, if he gets anywhere near that, I do think that he's going to put on a show here this afternoon for Rudy and Flavien Prat. So I would expect, and I don't want to call it a bounce-back effort, because going out to the West Coast and shipping from Kentucky and running a 3rd in a Grade 1 is not a failed endeavor by any means. But I do think that him being back here in Kentucky has to be a positive for him training at Keeneland Racecourse. So I go to world record, a horse capable of running in 107 and change for 3/4 of a mile. Just to his outside in the starting gate will be Nakatomi. This is a Wesley board runner that we have seen multiple times through the years. He's now 6 years old. He dances in nothing but big dances. He's freshened up for these types of races, and we've seen Wesley do this with not just with graded stakes type horses, but a number of horses through the years in getting them ready and fresh for a second half campaign. So Nakatomi, he's run 6 times here at Keeneland, 3 victories, a pair of second place finishes, one of which was a runner-up, a second place finish in last year's renewal of the Stoll Keenan Ogden Phoenix Stakes. So you've got to respect this veteran hardened sprinter who's made over $1.7 million in his racing career, and he gets to run out of his backyard here this afternoon. And then third choice is Skelly. This is a 6-year-old gelding who's won 12 of 23 in his career, and a vast majority of those victories have come down at Oaklawn Park. He makes the most of his time down in Arkansas at Oaklawn, and his most recent races down there were victories, but he's not been able to replicate them since coming up here to Churchill, or over to Churchill Downs up here to Kentucky. So that's certainly one of the main question marks for him. He has got a ton of ability, and if he puts it together here today at Keeneland, a course that he's never raced over, who knows? Who knows? We may just see the type of Skelly that we see down in Hot Springs, Arkansas here today up in Lexington, Kentucky. So it's a competitive group. Horses looking to make their way towards the Breeders' Cup Sprint on November 1st down at Del Mar. But first, the test comes in the Grade 2 Stoll Keenan Ogden Phoenix here at Keeneland.
The horses are entering the track for Keeneland's 7th race, 173rd running of the stall Keenan Ogden Phoenix, Grade 2. Winning your end for the Breeders' Cup Sprint Division. 3-year-olds and up at 6 furlongs over the fast main track. No changes. Start of the late pick 4. Main track is fast, turf is firm. Post time is 6 minutes. Parading to the post, number 1, Durante, owned and trained by David Jacobson, the jockey Tyler Gaffalione. 2, What You Talking About, owned by the Ice Wine Stable of David Reed, trained by Wesley Ward, Amisael Jaramillo, the jockey. 3, Skelly, owned by the Red Lane Thoroughbreds LLC of Christopher Hicks, the trainer Steve Asmussen, the jockey Luis Saez. 4, World Record, owned by the Windstar Farm LLC of Kenny Trout, BBN Racing LLC of Ann Braxton Lynch, the trainer Rodolphe Brisset, and the jockey Flavian Pratt. 5, Nakatomi, owned by Qatar Racing LLC of Sheikh Fahad El Thani, and owned also by Mrs. Fitri Hay, the trainer Wesley Ward, the jockey Arad Ortiz Jr. And 6, Hear My Song, owned by Nathan Hayden, trained by Billy Stinson, the jockey Edgar Morales. Post time at 5 minutes.
The winner of the Stoll Keenan Ogden Phoenix Best Turned Out Award for the 7th race, the Stoll Keenan Ogden Phoenix, is Jorge Sanchez, the groom for the number 3 horse Skelly. Congratulations, Jorge.
Here with jockey Luis Saez, who is back aboard Skelly today. Louis, you rode him for the first time last time out. Tell me what you learned from him about the horse himself last time out.
Yeah, he's a horse that he break. Well, the first jump, he don't broke that fast that day, but now that I know him, he kind of get it now a little bit. But I have, I think today I know him better, and I think we're going to be in the perfect spot, probably in the lead. But I'm going to try not to fight him too much, just let him run.
Is that the key, just to kind of give him his head?
Yes.
All right, good luck.
Thank you so much.
The horses have reached the starting gate for Keeneland's 7th race, the 173rd running of the stall Keenan Ogden Phoenix Grade 2. A win in your end for the Breeders' Cup Sprint Division. Start of the late pick 4. Moving into line race 7. Skelly comes forward, 3 more to load. World record. Nakatomi. Hear My Song, the last one. Last one, walking up. Goes in, they're at the post. And they're off in the stall, Keenan Ogden Phoenix. There goes Durante out for the lead. Hear My Song is right there in the opening strides as well. What you talking about? Comes away running in third. Skelly broke toward the back of the pack and now is hustling up the inside, right against the rail. Fourth, third, second, now to challenge Durante. Skelly now will take the lead by a neck onto the far turn. Durante goes second to the outside. Hear My Song is in third position on the turn. What you talking about is fourth, running 5 lengths off the lead to the inside of World Record, who's next to last. And Nakatomi now trails 22.19 seconds the time for the opening quarter. Skelly has the lead, has it by 2 lengths. Around the far turn, Durante goes second by 1.5 lengths. Hear My Song is third. World Record has to angle toward the center of the track at the quarter pole in fourth. What you talking about is fifth. Nakatomi is last of the 6. Skelly is the leader. Skelly has the lead by 2 lengths. Here comes World Record down the far outside, and here comes Durante from between horses. Durante has the lead. Durante in front 1.5 lengths. Nakatomi is mowing them down at the 16th pole to win the stall. Keenan Ogden Phoenix from the outside. Nakatomi gets there by a neck. Arad Ortiz Jr.
Well, he was denied in the last two renewals of the Stoll Keeneland Ogden Phoenix, but not today. And he did a lot of work coming from dead last in this race. Nakatomi picking him up and laying him down the lane. He's got Durante down to the inside and world record just to his immediate inside. But the veteran son of Firing Line, the 6-year-old gelding, picks up a victory here today and punches his ticket to the Breeders' Cup Sprint. Nakatomi brilliant today in a final time of 109.4.
The unofficial results of Keeneland's 7th race: number 5, Nakatomi, first. Number 1, Durante, was second. Number 2, What You Talking About, third. Number 6, Hear My Song, was fourth. 5-1-2-6, unofficial. Results of race 7 official. 5-1-2-6, the official results. The official winner of Keeneland's 7th race, 173rd running of the stall, Keeneland Ogden Phoenix Grade 2, a win and you're in for the Breeders' Cup Sprint Division 5, Nakatomi. Owned by Qatar Racing LLC of Sheikh Fahad El Thani, owned also by Mrs. Fitri Hay, the trainer Wesley Ward, the jockey Arad Ortiz Jr. Nakatomi, 6-year-old gelded son of Firing Line out of Appalachia by Flatter, bred in Kentucky by Arnold Zetcher LLC at Crestwood Farm. The Keeneland November Baby wins the 7th race today in 1 minute 9.93 seconds for the 6 furlongs over the fast main track. Now the trophy presentation for the stall Keeneland Ogden Phoenix. Again, a win and you're in for the Breeders' Cup Sprint Division. Presenting the trophy on behalf of stall Keeneland Ogden are P. Douglas Barr, partner Chapman Hopkins, member, and Sarah Sloan Reeves, member. They present to the connections of Nakatomi.
Well, Nakatomi not denied this year in the stall Keeneland Ogden Phoenix. For trainer Wesley Ward and Irad Ortiz Jr., you were so far back in the early stages. Did you feel like he was revving up and the race was setting up for you? What was going through your mind as you were taking all the dirt that we see on you?
It was perfect. I think I broke good, much better than last time I rode it at Saratoga. So I was happy with that. I don't want to use him early. I think he's that kind of horse that he likes to have a target. And then I just bide my time from there. Wesley let me do whatever I think. He told me do whatever you think. So I go with the flow of the race. They put up good paces right in front of me. I don't want to chase nobody. I rode my horse, and he was there for me on the end.
Congratulations, Irad.
Thank you.
Wesley, you've become such a master, not just here at Keeneland, but keeping these veteran runners in top-level form. What's it like having a horse like this and seeing these kinds of performances out of your own backyard with Nakatomi?
This is his home court. You know, that's what I've been saying about him. And leading into this week, he knew he was running. You could just tell it change in his demeanor. And he was kind of on his toes, bouncing around. Looked like he's 6, but he was acting like he was 3. You know, so it was good to have him come through on a big stage here at Keeland on a big day. And Irad rode a great race. And I think the key to keeping these guys, you know, having a little longevity with them is they go over to Fergus Galvin and his farm. And actually his daughter rides him even before he comes in. So that's what makes it even more special.
On to the Breeders' Cup once again?
Absolutely.
Well done.
Thank you. Appreciate it, Scott.
Nakatomi brilliant today in the stall Keeneland Ogden Phoenix Stakes.
So happy to be joined by Fergus Galvin and his daughter, Elle-Marie. Can you just put into words not only what this win means to you today, but what this horse means to you?
It's incredible, really. You know, Wesley and his team, they've done an amazing job. I mean, he's a 6-year-old, almost 7 now. You know, you have in the back of your mind if he's, you know, maybe losing a step or two, but Wesley had him, you know, concert pitch today, and, you know, Irad, fantastic ride, unbelievable.
Can you tell me what the relationship is between you and this horse? Because I know you guys have a special relationship.
For the last couple of years, I've watched him race, and I can ride him bareback in the barn sometimes. And he comes back to our house for a turnout after Breeders' Cup.
This has got to be awesome for you to celebrate today, right?
Yeah.
Oh, I'm so happy for you guys.
Yeah, just on behalf of Sheikh Fahd and Mr. and Jim and Fitri Hay, I mean, just a big thanks to Wesley and his crew. I mean, they're over the moon, really are.
Congratulations to you both. Nakatomi gets it done.
Keeneland's 8th race upcoming, 35th running of the Jessimine, presented by Keeneland Sales. A grade 2 and a win in your end for the Breeders' Cup Juvenile Fillies Turf Division. The turf is listed firm, the rail at 0 feet. This will start the last of the day's rolling pick 3s. Scratch the 5, Rose Room. Also scratch the 7, Diablo Shiraz. And scratch number 14, Dinah. A reminder, 13 Soloist draws into the race.
Race number 8, the Grade 2 Jessimine Stakes presented by Keeneland Sales, does start the late pick 3 with the Grade 1 coming up next and closing out with race number 10. This race, very competitive group, and we do have a pretty hot favorite drawn to the far outside out of the Todd Pletcher barn, who we'll get to in a moment. But I'm going to go into Mackinac, the number 2 horse for BBN Racing, trainer Rusty Arnold. Here's another offspring of Twirling Candy that has landed in the Rusty Arnold barn. And I mentioned that because I mentioned it this morning on Today at Keeneland. Rusty has had a phenomenal amount of success with sons and especially daughters of Twirling Candy. He's trained 4 millionaires by the sire Twirling Candy. Kilwin, the latest, Gear Jockey, Concrete Rose, a phenomenal filly for BBN, and Morticia. And this filly, whilst she's not close to $1 million in earnings, she's definitely trending in that direction with what we've seen from her in her 2 starts so far, and could go a long way by picking up the lion's share of $400,000. So Mackinac going 2 turns for the first time, I don't think it'll be an issue, and she's got a great post position compared to the favorites to the outside, like the 11 horse Imagination, the lady for Brendan Walsh, who's drawn to the far outside. Frankie's in the saddle. You're obviously going to trust what he's able to do from that outside post and what the play is going to be with this filly by Not This Time, a $300,000 Keeneland yearling. But she showed a lot in just 1 start. She's obviously going to have to take a step forward here today in order to hang with this level of competition and the depth of this field. These are very good 2-year-old fillies looking to get to the Breeders' Cup Juvenile Filly Turf on October 31st. But you've got to respect the 11 horse for owner Mark Dobbin and trainer Brendan Walsh. Time to Dream for Rapoli Stable is that hot favorite. She's 2 for 2 in her career. Pretty straightforward victories from both of the starts at Saratoga. On debut, she did find herself a little bit of trouble in that race and overcame it. I shouldn't say very straightforward, but nonetheless, she lays back, she makes a run, and she's given it to Irad each time in those 2 starts, including a stakes win in the PG Johnson. So we'll see what Irad does. I would imagine that taking back and trying to find a little bit of ground saving going into the first turn will be the game plan from the outside post, but she is a deserved favorite in this race. Looking forward to the Grade 2 Jessimine Stakes coming up next, presented by Keeneland Sales.
The horses are entering the track for Keeneland's 8th race, 35th running of the Jessimine, presented by Keeneland Sales, a Grade 2, winning your Breeders' Cup Juvenile Fillies Turf Division. 2-year-old fillies at 1 mile and 16th over the turf listed firm. Temporary rail is down today, so rail at 0 feet. Starts the last of the day's rolling pick 3s. Scratch the 5 Rose Room. Also scratch the 7 Diablo Shiraz and scratch the 14 Dinah. 13 Soloist draws in. Parading to the post, number 1 is Lit Ship, owned by Anthony Tate, trained by Joe Sharp, and Jose Ortiz, the jockey. 2, Mackinac, owned by BBN Racing LLC of Ann Braxton Lynch, trained by Rusty Arnold, the jockey, Luis Saez. 3, Carolyn Caroline, owned by Portilla Racing of Scott Galloway, by Watkins Diamond Stables of James T. Watkins, trained by Lindsey Schultz, the jockey, Julien Leperoux. 4, Aggressive Lime, owned by the Magic Cap Stables of Joe Anzalone, Parkland Thoroughbreds of Steve Weston, trained by Brad Cox, Flavian Pratt to ride. 5 is Scratch. 6, Victor Help Me, owned by Victor Zambrano, trained by Concepcion Torres, the jockey, Walter Rodriguez. 7 is Scratched. 8, Loveliest, owned by Fergus Galvin and Rebecca Hillen, trained by Eddie Keneally, the jockey, Tyler Gaffalione. 9, Infinite Sky, owned by Godolphin LLC of Mohammed Al Maktoum and others, trained by Brad Cox, the jockey, Lawan Machado. 10, Red Beretta, owned by Mana Racing of trainer Michelle Dewahi, the jockey, Evan Roman. 11, Imagination the Lady, owned by Mark Dobbin, trained by Brendan Walsh, Frankie Dettori to ride. 12, Time to Dream, owned by the Rapoli stable of Mike Rapoli, trained by Todd Pletcher, the jockey, Irad Ortiz Jr. 13, Soloist, draws into the race, owned by Mrs. John Magner, owned by Michael Tabor and Derek Smith, trained by Kenny McPeak, the jockey, John Velasquez. Post time in less than 5 minutes.
The winner of the Keeneland Sales Jessamine Best Turned Out Award for the 8th race, Elmer Quiteros, the groom for the number 1 horse, Lit Ship. Congratulations, Elmer.
Horses have reached the starting gate for Keeneland's 8th race, 35th running of the Jessimine, presented by Keeneland Sales, Grade 2, and a win in your end for the Breeders' Cup Juvenile Fillies Turf Division. Moving into line, race 8. Caroline goes in. Red Beretta comes forward. Here's Aggressive Lime. Imagination the Lady has moved into line. Here is Victor Help Me. Time to Dream moves in. Soloist will be the last one. Goes in, they're at the post. They're off in the Jessimine, presented by Keeneland Sales. There goes Lit Ship from the inside, right out for the early lead. Caroline is there in the opening strides as well. Mackinac between that pair, settles back toward the rail. Imagination the Lady moves up on the outside. Loveliest is to her inside. Soloist going to be about 4 wide into the first turn, racing about 6 lengths off the early lead. Then Aggressive Lime down toward the rails, going to save ground around the turn, followed by Victor Help Me. Time to Dream is against the rail, 8 lengths from the front, but saves ground around that first turn as they head on to the back stretch. Red Beretta is next, and then Infinite Sky, who is last, 22.43 seconds, the time for the opening quarter. Lit Ship is the leader and leads it by 1.5 lengths. Caroline goes second. Soloist third up on the far outside. Mackinac fourth back toward the inside. Imagination the Lady is fifth between horses. Aggressive Lime is changed off the rail before the entry to the far turn. Toward the outside now, 6 lengths from the front, followed by Red Beretta to the outside, and then Loveliest to the inside. Time to Dream is still 9 lengths off the lead. Infinite Sky is next to last as they round the far turn. Opening half-mile went in 47.7 seconds. Lit Ship is the leader, leads it by 1.5 lengths. And then Caroline is second in between horses, 1/2 length. Soloist third to the far outside. Red Beretta has to angle wider still. Imagination the Lady, then Mackinac, who's back toward the inside. Aggressive Lime and Time to Dream have a lot of work to do. 1/8 of a mile left to do it. Caroline is coming forward. Mackinac looks for some racing room. Soloist, Imagination the Lady. Lit Ship is still there to the inside. Soloist, Lit Ship, Imagination the Lady. And here's Imagination the Lady coming forward for a narrow lead. Late run from Time to Dream, but at the wire, Imagination the Lady to win the Jessimine, presented by Keeneland Sales for Frankie Dettori.
Imagination the Lady, in just start 2 of her career, showed how good she is. Winner on debut at Kentucky Downs, steps up to the plate in this bigger task in this Grade 2 Jessimine presented by Keeneland Sales, and she passes it with flying colors. A very impressive performance by this daughter of Not This Time, a Keeneland September sale graduate, kicking clear to win by 1 length at odds of 10-1 and punching her ticket to the Breeders' Cup.
The unofficial results of Keeneland's 8th race: number 11, Imagination the Lady, finished first. Number 9, Infinite Sky, second. Number 12, Time to Dream, third. Number 13, Soloist, fourth. 11, 9, 12, 13, unofficial. Results of race 8 official. 11, 9, 12, 13, the official results. The official winner of Keeneland's 8th race, 35th running of the Jessimine, presented by Keeneland Sales, Grade 2. Imagination the Lady, number 11, owned by Mark Dobbin. 2 wins today on the turf for the trainer-jockey combination. Brendan Walsh, Frankie Dettori, in each case with a 2-year-old filly by Not This Time. Imagination the Lady is out of Romanticism by Warfront, bred in Kentucky by Ashview Farm and Colts Neck Stables. Keeneland Sales graduate Imagination the Lady, mile at a 16th over the turf, listed firm in 1 minute 42.61 seconds. Now the trophy presentation for the Jessimine, presented by Keeneland Sales. A win on your end for the Breeders' Cup Juvenile Fillies Turf Division race. Representing Keeneland Sales, Tony Lacey, Vice President of Sales, and Cormac Brannick, Senior Director of Sales Operations. They present to the connections of Imagination the Lady.
A brilliant performance for a young filly in Imagination the Lady for owner Mark Dobbin, as well as Brendan Walsh, her conditioner, and Frankie Dettori aboard for the winning ride. What was the approach with this outside post position going into that first turn, especially, Frankie?
Well, Brendan quietly was quite confident, and I thought, well, I'm just going to ride a positive race. I knew a bit of speed. I didn't want to go 4 wide. I managed to slot in behind the leaders, and I got her to teach her something. She got to relax, and then I creeped my way through the bend. I swung her out, and I got her balance. She's a big filly with a big stride, so I gave her an 1/8 of a mile to get organized, and then she took off, and she's got lots of potentials. She's a big frame filly. I think she'll turn up to be a very nice 3-year-old, but at the moment she won a race, winner you win for the breeders, and if the filly comes out of the race well, then Brendan will make the decision if we go to Del Mar or not.
We hope to see you there with this filly, Frankie.
Thank you.
Brendan, confidence coming in? Was that the sense that you gave Frankie that you were giving around the barn with this filly?
Quietly, Scott. You know, we liked her before she ran first out, and she won. And she'd been improving since. It was a question of how much she was improving, typical 2-year-old. But she ran a very nice race. You know, Frankie was able to wait as long as he could. And like he said, give her a good education. I'm sure it'll stand to her down the line.
On to the Breeders' Cup, or will you obviously have to wait and see how things go here in the next few weeks?
Yeah, obviously you wait and see how she comes out of it. But, if everything goes right, I can't see why not.
Congratulations, Brendan.
Thanks very much, Scott.
Imagination the Lady, a Grade 2 winner, taking the Jessimine here at Keeneland, presented by Keeneland Sales.
Keeneland's 9th and featured race upcoming, 74th running of the Darley Alcibiades Grade 1. A win on your end for the Breeders' Cup Juvenile Fillies Division. Main track is listed fast, starts the last of the day's rolling doubles, no changes in race 9.
Grade 1 Darley Alcibiades comes up next here at Keeneland Racecourse. A win and you're in for the Breeders' Cup Juvenile Fillies at Del Mar on October 31st. And no surprise that Tommy Joe is the 1-4 favorite in this field of 6, a filly that is at the head of her class for the time being and looks as though she can remain there with a strong performance here today when looking at the 2-year-old filly division moving towards the Breeders' Cup at Del Mar. She's won twice in both starts up at Saratoga, went from 6 furlongs, winning on debut at 6 furlongs, to improving in a Grade 1, the spinaway at Saratoga in her next start. And she really has a beautiful way of moving out on the race course. If you watch back that Grade 1 spinaway, and I know many of you have seen it, perhaps saw it this morning on Today at Keeneland, she just has this way of floating over the ground. And it looks like that this daughter of Into Mischief may have the potential to be even better, which is frightening, going the 2 turns with the way that she levels off and finishes off her races. So she's at the head of the division. She's certainly at the head of this Grade 1 Darley Alcibiades, and I think going to be very tough for folks to play against her from a win perspective, even with the 1-4 price on the board right now. The Grumpy Rabbit, the number 4 horse, Coast's second choice at 5-1, along with Percy's Bar, who we'll get to in a moment. It's a filly that took a nice step forward in her second start, moving from turf to dirt, and she was going that 1.5 turn sort of mile setup at Ellis Park, that unique setup, and she sat forward that afternoon, and she finished off that race very nicely by 6 lengths. Kenny McPeak has had an immense amount of success in the Grade 1 Darley Alcibiades through the years, and this filly facing winners for the first time, if she can hang there close to Tommy Joe in the early stages, perhaps she could upset. I mean, it's certainly, it still is a horse race. It's a tall task, but that's why we line them up and let them sort themselves out as to who's best on the afternoon in these Grade 1 type races. And then Percy's Bar, the number 1 horse for Hat Creek Racing, trainer Ben Colebrook. We know she likes Keeneland. She won on debut here back in the springtime. Out of that, she would go on and win a stakes race at Churchill Downs in June in the Debutante Stakes by 5 lengths, and she tackled Tommy Joe in that Grade 1 spinaway and ended up finishing second. She was the closest to Tommy Joe in that race. Going 2 turns for the first time, we'll see how that suits her this afternoon, but she's a Grade 1 placed filly with that black type, taking another chance here in Grade 1 company, and rightfully so from her early stages of her racing career. Just waiting for the riders up call for the Grade 1 Darley Alcibiades coming up next here at Keeneland.
The horses are entering the track for Keeneland's 9th and featured race, 74th running of the Darley Alcibiades Grade 1. Winning you're in for the Breeders' Cup Juvenile Fillies Division. A mile and a 16th over the main track listed fast. Race will finish in the short stretch at the first wire. No changes. Post time in less than 5 minutes. Starts the last of the day's rolling doubles. Number 1 is Percy's Bar, owned by Hat Creek Racing, trained by Ben Colebrook and the jockey Lawan Machado. 2 is Go-To Girl, owned by WSD Stable of William R. DeBose, trained by Kenny McPeak, the jockey Irad Ortiz Jr. 3, Tommy Joe, races for Spendthrift Farm LLC of Eric Gustafson, trained by Todd Pletcher, the jockey John Velasquez. 4, The Grumpy Rabbit, owned by Edwin Anthony, trained by Kenny McPeak, the jockey Flavian Pratt. 5, Oat Diva, owned by JSM Equine LLC of Joe Minor, trained by Patrick Biancone, the jockey Luis Saez. And 6, Onesie Weather, owned by Tom Walters, trained by Darren Miller, the jockey Chase Miller. 3 minutes to post.
The winner of the Darley Best Turned Out Award for the Grade 1 Darley Alcibiades is Giselle Arroyo, the groom for the number 2 horse, Go-To Girl. Congratulations, Giselle. And we stay with Go-To Girl for WSD Stable and trainer Kenny McPeak. This is a Keeneland September sale graduate yearling purchase of last year at $130,000. And she showed a big leap forward, showed improvement in each of her starts, and especially when going out to a further distance of a mile at Ellis Park when she broke her maiden. She is a lovely gray filly by Nick's Go, that multiple Grade 1 winner who made nearly $10 million during his racing career and is having nice stakes success this year, including a horse by the name of Ewing. So Go-To Girl, got to respect her. Another one for Kenny McPeak in this Grade 1 Darley Alcibiades, a race that Kenny McPeak has had an immense amount of success in through the years. Good luck in the Grade 1 Darley Alcibiades coming up next here at Keeneland.
Watch it on NBC from the restaurant if you don't want to say more, you know?
Yeah, beat the traffic. The horses have reached the starting gate for Keeneland's 9th and featured race, 74th running of the Darley Alcibiades, Grade 1. Moving into line, 9th race. Percy's Bar comes forward. Go-To Girl. Tommy Joe. The Grumpy Rabbit goes in, 2 more to load. Oat Diva. Onesie Weather, the last one, walking up. Goes in, first wire, they're at the post. And they're off. In the Darley Alcibiades, there's Percy's Bar out for the lead from the inside. Percy's Bar right to the front as they head for the first turn. Tommy Joe moves up into the second position as they angle into the turn. Oat Diva is third up on the far outside. The Grumpy Rabbit will go fourth. Go-To Girl is fifth at a break of 5 more lengths back to Onesie Weather, who is the trailer. Percy's Bar, the leader. Percy's Bar leads it by 3/4 of a length around the first turn. Tommy Joe between horses is second by 3/4 of a length. Oat Diva was wide around the turn, but is up close in third. Then a break of 3 more lengths back to the Grumpy Rabbit in fourth. 2 back of that one to Go-To Girl. Then a margin of 8 more back to Onesie Weather, who's last. It was 23.13 seconds the time for the opening quarter. Percy's Bar, the leader. Midpoint of the backstretch. Percy's Bar leads it by 3/4 of a length. Tommy Joe second to the outside. Then a gap of 2 lengths. Oat Diva third by a neck. The Grumpy Rabbit starts moving up a closer fourth. Now to challenge for third off the end of the backstretch. Go-To Girl. And then a margin of nearly 10 more back to Onesie Weather. It was 46.9 seconds, the time for the opening half mile. Tommy Joe trying to draw alongside of Percy's Bar now as they round the far turn. Percy's Bar will lead it by 3/4 of a length. Tommy Joe second up on the outside. Then a gap of 3.5 more back to the Grumpy Rabbit in third. 1/4 mile to go. Percy's Bar still has the lead by just a length to the top of the stretch. Tommy Joe takes aim again from the outside. They turn for home. Percy's Bar with the lead. Tommy Joe is still second, but still trying and coming on. Percy's Bar, Tommy Joe, as they move through the final furlong, they nearly bump. They do. Now Percy's Bar has the lead. She's got it by 2. She's got it by 2.5. Percy's Bar to win it for Luan Machado in the Darley Alcibiades. 1 minute 44.7 seconds.
A drama-filled Grade 1 Darley Alabides as Percy's Bar made the lead, trying to maintain that lead as the heavy favorite. Tommy Joe is coming to her, but under left-handed urging, you can see she shifted out and made contact with Tommy Joe, that being Percy's Bar. So unofficially 1, 3, 4, and 2 in the Grade 1 Darley Alabides.
Inquiry sign posted at Keeneland. Stewards Inquiry focusing on the top 2 in the unofficial result in today's 9th race. Stewards Inquiry focusing on number 1, Percy's Bar, and on the 3, Tommy Joe, the stretch run of today's 9th race. Hold all tickets. On the video boards, the program view to the left of the screen. On the right, the head-on view of the stretch run of race 9. Stewards Inquiry pending. Hold all tickets. In addition to the steward's inquiry, there is also a claim of foul. A jockey objection has been lodged by the rider of number 3, Tommy Joe, against the unofficial winner, number 1, Percy's Bar, alleging interference in the stretch. Hold all tickets, inquiry, and objection, both pending, concerning the top 2 in the unofficial result. There has been a disqualification. Stewards have ruled that for bearing out in the stretch and impeding the progress of number 3, Tommy Joe, number 1, Percy's Bar, who crossed the wire first, shall be disqualified and placed second. And as a result, number 3, Tommy Joe, who finished second, is placed first. The new numbers 3, 1, 4, 2. Number 3, Tommy Joe, owned by the Spendthrift Farm LLC of Eric Gustafson, trained by Todd Pletcher, John Velasquez, the jockey. Tommy Joe, a 2-year-old filly by Into Mischief, out of Mother Mother by Pioneer of the Nile, the winter bred in Kentucky by Spendthrift Farm LLC. Results of the featured ninth race, the Grade 1 Darley Alcibiades official, 3-1-4-2, the official results. Now the trophy presentation for the Darley Alcibiades, a win and you're in Breeders' Cup Juvenile Fillies Division race. Representing Darley is Michael Banahan, presenting to the connections of Tommy Joe.
Tommy Joe gets the victory by way of disqualification for Spendthrift, Johnny Velasquez and Todd Pletcher. Johnny, I'll start with you. What was your perspective of what was happening down the lane and what was happening prior to that foul that was committed against you in the stages of coming around the far turn?
Well, I feel like she was gaining on her little by little, got almost head and head, got after him, went to go left-handed, and once the horse, kind of touched it the first time, And the second time, she went completely off her lead. So now the horse opened up a length and a half. It's hard to, for us to re-engage again. So she was fighting at that point. What happens? And obviously, I hate to get it this way, but I'm glad that we got it.
Well done for hanging in there.
Thank you.
Todd, what will be your takeaway from what just happened out there with Tommy Joe and the incident and her performance here today?
Well, it's not the way you want to win. I thought the filly was running a good race, and there was obviously a lot of contact that impacted her ability to finish. Whether or not it was the difference in her getting to the finish line first or not, I don't know, but it was a significant bump. I thought she got a little bit tired. I think she'll benefit from the two-turn experience, and that was part of what we were hoping for. And the filly that ultimately finished second, a nice filly. She ran well against us in the spin away and has been impressive up to that. So, hopefully the springs are forward a notch for the Breeders' Cup.
Congratulations on picking up another Grade 1 with Tommy Joe.
Thank you.
Tommy Joe, your winner of the Grade 1 Darley Alabides.
Thank you, Scott. Keeneland's 10th and final race upcoming, featuring the Toyota Super High 5. Take out the also eligibles 13 and 14. Did not draw into the race. Turf is firm.
closing out the opening day card with race number 10, and going to the number 8 horse is my top selection. Taking a lot of money is Miss Watermelon for Go-Go Gray Stable, trainer Jonathan Thomas. This is a Cairo Prince filly that was purchased as a yearling for $350,000 last year, and she's been training between Keeneland, Saratoga, made a stop down to Colonial to show up here at Keeneland Racecourse with a recent solid workout of a half mile in 47-2. So the way that I viewed this is that she obviously could have had opportunities to run elsewhere between New York. Maybe she wasn't quite ready or didn't feel that she was quite ready, and then the stop at Colonial. But to keep her going as far as coming in this direction to Keeneland, I view as a positive. Now, I did not expect her to be sitting at 8-5 on the board right now, but that's the price that we're getting with Miss Watermelon for Jonathan Thomas, 8-5 on the number 8 horse, my top play. The number 4 horse is my second choice. That is Beach Ballad for Mike Maker, Three Diamonds Farm. This is a filly by Omaha Beach who's had 4 runs, so pretty seasoned for a 2-year-old filly who got her racing underway back in June at Churchill Downs, and she's run some good races, some credible races, especially her 2-turn effort going 2 starts back to the 8th of August at Saratoga. So gets back to 2 turns this afternoon. Her previous races were either on dirt or sprinting on the turf course, most recently at Kentucky Downs. But Beach Ballad, not to be ignored, and she's a good price, 5-1 on the board as it stands right now. And then finally, the number 10 horse, Market Chill. This is the surprising price. Thought that she would be the favorite in here, but she's now second choice with the 9-5 money on the 8. This is a daughter of Not This Time, who in her most recent start finished second to Imagination the Lady, who just about an hour ago won the Grade 2 Jessimine Stakes presented by Keeneland Sales. So there's a good chance that we'll see the price come down on this filly, Market Chill, at 4-1. That seems like a gift right now, looking at that live race that she comes out of with 12 minutes to post. Good luck in the nightcap. A reminder, this is our Toyota Super High Five race. $1 minimum wager for the Toyota Super High Five in all of the final races during each and every meet here at Keeneland Racecourse.
The horses are entering the track for Keeneland's 10th and final race, the Essential Quality Maiden Special Weight 2-year-old fillies, a mile and a 16th over the firm turf rail at 0 feet. Take out the also eligibles, 13 and 14. They did not draw into the race. Post time at 6 minutes.
The winner of the Darley Best Turned Out Award for the 10th race here at Keeneland is Martin Romero, the groom for the number 5 horse, Dare to Impress. Congratulations to Martin. And here's a look at Dare to Impress, the Best Turned Out, presented by Darley, the number 5 horse for owner Tracy Farmer. This is a Bolt Doro filly out of the Mark Cassie barn who has a significant amount of turf breeding from the dam side. She's out of a mare, Dressed to Kill, who has produced 3 turf winners in the past. So the family success is there for this surface. Here debuting for this 2-year-old filly out of a long-established family. To be honest with you, the number 5 horse, she's a huge number, 38-1 on the board right now out of the Cassie barn, 35-1, I should say. That is Dare to Impress, the number 5 horse. The number 10 horse, that is Market Chill for the Klarovich Stables of one Seth Klarman, currently sitting at 5-2. So we've seen her number come down from 4-1 down to 5-2, vying for favoritism. Comes out of that live race, as mentioned before on the paddock side, that was won by Imagination the Lady at Kentucky Downs, who would come out of there and win the Grade 2 Jessimine presented by Keeneland Sales earlier this afternoon. But the Keeneland Sale Grad spotlight shining on the number 10 horse, that is Market Chill, a $200,000 September sale grad from last year with a lovely pedigree. She is by one of the leading stallions in the game in Not This Time. And then the number 4 horse, we go to the 8 horse, the number 8 horse. That is Miss Watermelon for Jonathan Thomas. We've talked a lot about this filly getting set for her debut. She was part of the Clocker Report earlier this morning on Today at Keeneland with that local move here at Keeneland Racecourse. And she's been shipped around quite a bit for her training for this debut, from Keeneland to Saratoga to Colonial, and then that sharp workout here at Keeneland. So Jonathan Thomas just telling me that she really did outwork a really good horse, a stakes horse of his, on that morning, in which was pointed towards in the Clock Report on the 28th of September. So a lot of reasons to like her. She's drifted a bit, which is a good thing if you like her. And as far as the price is concerned, she's 5-2 right now. Good luck in the 10th and final, our $1 Toyota Super High Five event here at Keeneland.
Horses have reached the starting gate for Keeneland's 10th and final race. Moving into line race 10. So Vane comes forward. Beach Ballad. Dare to Impress. Scarlet Wave will be the last one. Here is Cove Spring. Last one walking up. Goes in, they're at the post. And they're off. There goes Beach Ballad, quick into stride. Beach Ballad comes right out for the early lead. Rating Party to the inside. Cove Spring is there, and Dare to Impress up close as well in the opening strides. Beach Ballad, Dare to Impress, followed by Cove Spring. Market Chill far outside is away running in fourth as they move into the first turn. Rating Party is fifth down toward the rail. Empress New Groove is in sixth position. And then So Vane looks for some running room from in between horses. Is one lane off the rail. Miss Watermelon saves ground to her inside. Around the first turn, Island Girl stacks up three wide around the turn and onto the backstretch. Then Lotta Alpha, followed by Inkling, who is next to last, and Scarlet Wave trails 22.52 seconds for the opening quarter. Beach Ballad opens up on a 5-length lead up the backstretch. And then Dare to Impress, who's toward the outside in second, 3/4 of a length. Rating Party is third down toward the inside. Cove Spring fourth up on the outside. Empress New Groove is in fifth position as they head for the far turn. And then Island Girl, who is sixth, running 9 lengths off the lead, though. 47.14 seconds the time for that opening half mile. Beach Ballad the leader. Beach Ballad leads by 5, by 4. Rating Party closing ground now from that second position around the far turn. Island Girl stays wide once again, moves up into the fourth position. Dare to Impress drops out to the back of the pack. Empress New Groove has gone to third. Market Chill is still fifth and running 8 lengths off the lead of Beach Ballad. With Rating Party toward the outside, a length separates the top two. Empress New Groove is in third. Market Chill is still far back along with Island Girl. Rating Party has struck the lead from Beach Ballad. Empress New Groove is going to dive to the inside. Rating Party leads it by 2 lengths, though, in deep stretch. Rating Party, Tyler Gaffalione for the upset in the nightcap. Empress New Groove second, Beach Ballad third, Market Chill was fourth.
What a day for trainer Brendan Walsh with his 2-year-old fillies on the turf course here at Keeneland. Takes the featured event for the 2-year-old fillies on turf earlier today with Imagination the Lady and the Jessimine, and unleashes an impressive first-time starter, Rating Party, the daughter of Sioux Nation, an Irish-bred filly, to spring an upset at 13-1 as she sprints clear from off the pace. Sprints clear of this group from off the pace to take the 10th and final here on opening day at Keeneland.
The unofficial results of Keeneland's 10th race: number 1, Rating Party, finished first. Number 2, Empress New Groove, was second. Number 4, Beach Ballad, was third. Number 10, Market Chill, fourth. Number 7, Inkling, was fifth. 1, 2, 4, 10, 7, unofficial. Into the winner's circle for Keeneland's 10th race, the Essential Quality, now the official winner of race 10, number 1, Rating Party, owned by Bubba Rogers and Coast Racing. The ladder of Jamie LaMonica, trained by Brendan Walsh for his third winner on the card, and ridden by Tyler Gaffaleone. Rating Party, a 2-year-old filly by Sioux Nation, out of War Empress by War Command, bred in Ireland by Barry Moorhead. Mile and a 16th over the turf-listed firm, 1 minute 42.14 seconds. The results are official, 1:24.10.7. In the winner's circle, the Essential Quality Trophy presentation, Charlie Polito presents the trophy to the connections of Rating Party. At Keeneland, windows will be closing shortly. You may advance wager any races that are scheduled to occur after that time, but race 10 does conclude our live program for this opening day of the fall meeting. We thank you for being with us. For now, on behalf of Keeneland, we bid you good evening.